we're ready to go.
All right. Okay, Alicia, are you ready?
As ready as I'm ever going to be, sir.
Okay. Very good. Okay, I will gavel this meeting to order and welcome everyone to the August 17th, 2021 regular meeting of the Boulder City. Welcome to the August 17th, 2021 regular meeting of the Boulder City Council. I will start with a few announcements tonight. If we could get the slides up, that would be great. Our first announcement, and the first slide you'll see, as usual, you can get more information on getting your vaccine for COVID-19 and sign up for notifications at the website, which is on your screen, boco.org/COVID vaccine notify sign up. The second announcement is that we're doing our mid-year boards and commissions recruitment. We are seeking volunteers to serve on the following boards and commissions that have vacancies at the moment. That is the Beverage Licensing Authority, the 2 Boulder Junction Access District boards, the Downtown Management Commission, and the Housing Advisory Board. Volunteers will be appointed to serve on one of these boards, and you'll help City Council examine issues and work with us on items which are on our work plan and help shape the future of Boulder. Applications are now open, and you can learn about more information and apply for one of these boards and commissions at the website that is on your screen. And with that, Alicia, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. And good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett.
Present.
Friend.
Here.
Joseph.
Present.
Nagel.
Here.
Swetlick.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
That is awesome. I'm glad you're all here tonight. I am looking for a motion to amend the agenda tonight. The first item would be to add item 3P, which is a motion to call a special council meeting on August 24th, 2021. That's next week, to approve the order of the city's ballot items for the 2021 coordinated election. And then sadly, we need to remove items 1B, 3G, and 3H. All of those were related to the audit report that we were prepared to get tonight. The CU professor who helps us with this audit report won't be able to be present tonight to deliver that report. So if I could get a motion to amend the agenda, Aaron.
So moved, and I'll just send my condolences. I believe Professor Gross has had a death in the family.
Yes, thank you, Aaron. Is there a second?
Second, my
All right.
condolences as well to Dr. Gross.
Thank you both. So we have a motion and a second to amend the agenda. Is anyone opposed? Great. Seeing no one opposed, so we are able to make that amendment. And then I believe, Nuria, I will turn to you for the COVID health briefing and response.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Council. We have Pam Davis, who's been really leading our COVID recovery team, available if we have additional questions. But we thought we would start today with our great Boulder County health partner, Lexi Nolan. Apologies, Lexi, as I tripped over all of that. But hoping you can pop in and help give us a state of where we are.
Apologies, I'm going to jump in quickly before Lexi starts to share that we have interpretation supporting this meeting tonight. So this portion of the meeting will be presented in both English and Spanish. And I have a slide to share to let folks know how to access the Spanish language function here on Zoom. So we'll want you to select your preferred language, by clicking the globe icon at the bottom of your screen. We ask everyone to do that, even if you're listening in English. That way, should our interpreter need to reach out to our English speakers, you'll be able to hear her. So we ask everyone to choose your language. And just a couple of reminders to those who are speaking tonight. We ask that you speak slowly and breathe between sentences. That helps our interpreter keep up with what we know will be a lot of information coming our way during this section. We suggest that we don't interrupt. That also helps Marina stay kept up with what we're all saying. And we ask that even, we know many of you have bilingual skills, we ask you to stay in the language that you have chosen, and that helps her be able to clearly interpret what you're sharing. So thank you all so much. We hope that this is a welcome support to this portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Brenda. And on to you, Lexi.
Thanks so much. Great, thank you. And I'm here on behalf of Boulder County Public Health, including our new Executive Director, Camille Rodriguez, who is hoping to join us as soon as she can. If that's possible, then hopefully we can just do a quick introduction with her. In the meantime, I am very happy to be here with you all this evening. City of Boulder has been amazing partners throughout this pandemic. We've had a little bit of a hiatus the last few months, took a little bit of a breather, but as we all know, the Delta variant has changed the trajectory of the pandemic a little bit recently. And so we're happy to be with you tonight to provide an update to you all and answer any questions that you have about what we're seeing and the direction we're going. Thank you. And I'll try to remember to speak slowly. And do I have control over the slides, or does someone do that for me?
You can just share when you'd like to advance, Lexi, and you're all set. Also, Camille has joined us.
Oh, terrific. If it's okay, I'd like to go back to the original slide and just make sure that Camille has a chance to be introduced to you all.
I'll go ahead. Thank you, Lexi, and hello, Boulder City Council, and hello, Mayor. I'm Camille Rodriguez, and I'm the new Executive Director of Boulder County Public Health. I started at the beginning of June, and I'm very pleased to be here tonight with Lexi to share this update with you. She's going to take over and give you just an overview of the status of COVID in our community, obviously, but in all, it's just an honor to join you. I'm getting to know a lot of folks in the community in my short 2 months here, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So we'll go ahead and move on. And just a clarification, we're not actually doing a policy update tonight. It's really just a general update. And what we'd like to do is share with the community kind of what we see as our public health North Star goals. And what we mean by this is that they aren't just the public health agency's goals in relation to the pandemic. We think that these are goals that all of our partners in the community can join with us on. Really in terms of, recognizing the various kinds of ways that this pandemic has affected our community, including obviously unnecessary deaths and significant illness, which is a critical concern, continues to be a concern. The interest in not overwhelming our health system, which has many responsibilities and provides enormous service to our community well beyond the pandemic. And also recognizing that we're all interested in kind of this concept of safely returning to normal activities, and that keeping our businesses open, being able to be with our friends, being able to get together and do all of the wonderful things that we got to do before the pandemic set in should be one of our critical goals. And what we are learning at this point in the pandemic is that we are learning different strategies and mechanisms for really being able to meet all of those needs together, and balance those needs with each other, and not have a singular focus only on one goal or another, but really find ways to use strategies that create win-wins that reinforce all of these goals together. And that's really what we're trying to get to with our community partners and with individuals in the community. And just to kind of, not bury the lead, we really see widespread vaccination is the key to freedom and protecting our people, the economy, and our infrastructure. And that we also are recognizing right now that implementing universal masking during significant transmission is needed until we're closer to community immunity with vaccines. And so we'll spend a little bit of time talking about each of these goals and the data that we're seeing in relation to them, and then laying out what we see as part of the strategy going forward. Thank you. Next. So this is just a quick snapshot to give you a sense of how quickly this Delta variant has taken over the United States and changed our nation's trajectory. This is a snapshot of transmission at the county level in the United States on July 5th, and then again on August 9th. And I think it's pretty obvious that this transmission has really engulfed the country at a much more rapid pace than anyone was expecting. And it is for that reason that we are particularly paying attention to how do we as public health respond, and how do we walk in synchronicity with our partners to make sure that we're all walking together. Thank you. Next. So in terms of this goal number 1, preventing unnecessary deaths and significant illness, we had hoped that we would be beyond this conversation at this point because of the significant protective factor that vaccines provide. But we have found that the Delta variant is more transmissible than the wild strain. In fact, it's more transmissible than Ebola, than a cold, or than the common flu. It's more like chicken pox. And because of that, there's a need to be able to vaccinate much more of the population than that original 80% target that we had set our sights on to be able to achieve community immunity. We also know, and this is a bit of a shift, that carriers of the Delta virus can include vaccinated folks, and that they spread the virus faster and earlier in the course of infection. We also know that in the United States, we have seen 4,000 cases of multi-system inflammatory syndrome in children in the United States and 37 deaths. We've also are seeing more youth hospitalizations, and as I think we've mentioned before, neurological problems and long-term symptoms. Very sadly, in Boulder County, we have seen 12 deaths since June. And I call these unnecessary deaths because the vaccine has been fully accessible to the population, to the adult population in that time. And if these people had been vaccinated, there's a very good chance that all or nearly all of them would have survived. And this is a tragic thing in our community, to have unnecessary deaths from something like this. And it really encourages us to redouble our efforts to support people to get vaccinations and understand the value of them. Finally, in terms of state trends, the state, we are seeing hospitalizations continue to increase, including in Boulder County. We follow the pattern of the rest of the state, and those hospitalizations aren't expected to peak until December, which is very concerning. Currently, 1 in 200, about 250 Coloradans are infectious. Okay, thank you. So this is a snapshot that everyone should be familiar with at this point. These are cases in the Denver metro region by county. We are looking at a 7-day moving average of about 14.7 per 100,000, which is about 47 cases a day. And that is close to the other counties in the region. which is significant because you might expect Boulder County to have fewer cases because we have a higher vaccination rate than many of those counties, but we're very close to them in terms of the cases. The other reason that this is significant is because that many cases per day puts our public health department into a surge response. So we are beginning to really feel the pressure of being able to respond to these cases. Thank you. So this is the total cases are at 104.54 per 100,000 total cases in the last 7 days, which puts Boulder County in the high transmission level according to the CDC's case tracker structure, which is what we're using now instead of the Colorado dial. Even as of a week ago, we were still in substantial transmission levels in the orange range, and now we have moved to high transmission along with every other county in the vicinity. Thank you. So we felt like this was important to share. This is a graph of 2021 compared to 2020 in Boulder County in terms of cases. And what's notable here is that we are actually seeing many more cases this year than we were last year at this time. And we are not seeing that drop off that you see in the 2020 line, that darker line. Last year, we are actually seeing increasing cases. Thank you. This is case trends broken out by age groups. So we can see that we are seeing particularly high transmission in our younger folks. All of the age groups have increased over the past month. It's especially high for the 0 to 9 and 23 to 44-year-old groups. We also, excuse me, I'm sorry. We do have seen some youth hospitalizations in Colorado that we are concerned about and continuing to pay attention to. Thank you. And we wanted to be sure to bring to City of Boulder a breakout of where the cases are happening geographically in terms of municipalities. We are seeing slightly fewer cases in the City of Boulder this week than we were last week, but it is still substantially up from a month ago. Thank you. And a little bit of good news, we are seeing declines in racial inequities, and we actually are at a point now where the proportion of cases in the Latinx community is below the population proportion that the Latinx community represents. So they have disproportionately low number of reported cases. And this is partially due to an enormous amount of work that our community partners have put into reaching out to a number of different priority populations, including Latinx, but also including other BIPOC populations, LGBTQ+ population, and they have just really want to sing their praises in terms of enormous work and energy that they have put into that outreach effort. And also put a little bit of a caution, because we know that as at-home testing has become available, we think that we are seeing, we think that there are more cases than are actually being reported if those at-home tests are not being put into the state database. Thank you. So why are we concerned about cases? This is a great question. You know, we should be out of this situation. If you're vaccinated, you shouldn't have a problem with hospitalization and death, right? Well, the problem that we're seeing is that as long as we have cases at a point where we haven't reached a level of community immunity yet, we will continue to see hospitalizations and deaths. And those hospitalizations and deaths will get worse before they get better. Hospitalizations and deaths are lagging indicators. So as long as cases are continuing to go up, we should expect those indicators to continue to go up. We are also a little bit concerned because we know that cases breed new variants, which could undermine our vaccine effectiveness in the future. And this is just a point that, you know, we are really trying to take the long view on our strategies and our thinking about how do we respond to this virus, recognizing that this is not something that's going to be shut down in another 6 months. And how do we be smart as a community to set ourselves up for success in the future? Thank you. So this is a graph of, sorry, a chart of a county comparison of cases and deaths. And, you know, I think the point here is that Boulder County has done really well compared to neighboring counties and to state averages, and extremely well compared to national averages. And I think that the takeaway is it's because we've taken necessary steps in the course of the pandemic to contain and mitigate the virus. And sometimes they might have felt heavy to folks. But it's because of those steps that we have been able to take as a community, and the work that individuals have done to make smart choices about getting vaccinated, about masking, even when they weren't being asked to, that's really put us in this position that we're in. Which is having, you know, a better outcome than a lot of our neighbors. Thank you. So moving on to goal number 2, we don't want to overwhelm our health system. That would be very, it would be bad for everyone. Very unfortunate. You know, health systems serve a lot of folks beyond folks who have COVID. We are currently seeing that Boulder County hospital beds are between 60 and 80% at capacity, including some of our anchor hospitals that are at that higher end of 87% capacity. We are also recognizing that bed capacity is not the only indicator of a healthy health system right now, and that we need to be paying attention to staffing. And what we are hearing from our health system partners is that they are seeing increasing staffing challenges, and some of them are reporting that those staffing shortages are severe. We also know that Boulder County hospitals are taking patients from other counties and states because it's the right thing to do. If we have capacity, we lend support to our neighbors and friends. And so even if Boulder County is doing a little bit better in terms of cases, there are impacts on our health system that go beyond our immediate county statistics on cases. Also, as noted previously, public health, which is part of the health system, is now working in a surge response structure to respond to the cases and the outbreaks and the other containment and mitigation needs that we're seeing. Thank you. So this is hospitals, just so you have a sense of what the trend is. Increases in hospitalizations, and as mentioned previously, this is a lagging indicator, so we do expect that trend to continue up even after we have peaked with cases, which we don't think we have peaked with cases yet. Thank you. One more, you can skip this one. Okay, so goal number 3 is to safely return to normal activities. What do we mean by normal? Well, we want to keep our businesses open. We want to keep our kids in school. We want people to be able to gather and do fun stuff, go to concerts and hear music and see plays and go out to eat and do all that fun stuff. And so we're really trying to pay attention to what are the strategies that we can use that help not only to contain the virus and keep our health system going, but also support our businesses to stay open. So we know that Boulder County is in high transmission. We know that our cases are probably undercounted by 50 to 100%. We know that our total population vaccinated, and this is really important, is about 66% with 2 vaccines. And so we have historically been reporting on the eligible population as we have made new populations eligible. And that's really useful for understanding if the population is responding to their opportunity to get vaccinated. But it doesn't tell us what our risk as a community is in terms of where the threats are. And so we really want to start paying attention to the total population vaccination rate, which is the most important vaccination rate that is directly relevant to concepts of community immunity. We know that about 40,000 of our 15 to 19-year-olds are either ineligible or not yet vaccinated. And we know we have about 13,000 people in Boulder County who are immunocompromised or can't take the vaccine. We know that people are also trying to get ready to go back to their jobs and their offices, and that school starts tomorrow for a lot of kids. And we worked really hard to develop protocols to keep kids in school, and with masking, especially for kids that aren't eligible for the vaccination, but actually recommending a universal masking approach for all kids 2 through grade 12. And I will explain a little bit about the rationale for why universal masking is needed instead of just masking for unvaccinated folks in just a minute. Also recognizing that we really need to start planning for fall and winter if we want to be in a position to be able to keep our businesses going this year during the winter time. Thank you. So this is just a reminder that Boulder County is not an island. So you can see here how the counties around us are doing in relation to the CDC tracker and their case rates per 100,000. We know that as people go back to offices, we're going to see more cross-county commuting. And we know that even if we're lower now, we've got to be able to use layered mitigation strategies to be able to respond to this kind of dynamic situation in relation to neighboring counties too. Thank you. So the roadmap forward. So what do we do? So the key to achieving all 3 of those goals are vaccinations, number 1, and layered mitigation strategies with an emphasis on masking during times of significant transmission. And what do we mean by significant transmission? Well, it's those substantial or high transmission levels according to the CDC's tracker. When you get to those levels, CDC really encourages much stronger masking practices. And we are also seeing other advisors saying that universal masking should be attached to those specific levels. Go ahead. So let's just remind ourselves about the value of vaccinations. So vaccines protect from severe illness and death. It's absolutely true. And we also know that the unvaccinated, and I apologize, that's not supposed to be Boulder County, that is the state of Colorado, but the unvaccinated in the state of Colorado are currently 80% of cases, 87% of hospitalizations, and 92% of deaths, indicating that the vaccinations are holding up pretty well to protect people. But they're not perfect, right? There's no strategy that we can employ that's absolutely perfect. Nature has a way of finding its way through. Go ahead. And just a reminder that we're looking at 66% of the population, not that 81% that we show on our dashboard at Public Health, which is the eligible vaccine eligible population. And we are currently working to shift this to reflect that broader population number going forward. Next. So let's just talk for a second about the value of masking, because a lot of people have said, well, if we're vaccinated, why do we need to wear a mask? And it's a great question. And there's actually a pretty good answer to it. What we know about the Delta variant, as I mentioned before, is that folks who are vaccinated can be carriers, and they can hold up to 1,000 times more viral load in their respiratory tracts than the wild strain produced. And what that means is that they are really transmitting the virus much more efficiently than they were if the wild strain were still with us. And so it's really created a situation where we have to be responsive to the virus and the challenges that it's posing to us. We also know that masking is proven to reduce spread, and that it actually, the way that it confers the most protection is if someone who is carrying the virus is covered, and it produces some protection, although not as much, for a person who is exposed. And so what that suggests is we actually need folks who are vaccinated, who may be asymptomatically carrying the virus, to also be masked. So we really need to kind of think about masking as a combination mitigation strategy right now. And this is just a little visual. If you think about that COVID-19 carrier as someone who could be vaccinated or unvaccinated, you start to see why we also need masking in place. And Dr. Lena Wynn put it this way. She had a metaphor for it. If it's drizzling and you're wearing a raincoat, you're well protected, meaning if we're under normal transmission conditions and you have a vaccination, you're well protected. But if you're going in and out of thunderstorms every single day, at some point you're going to get wet. And the level of transmission that we're seeing right now is that thunderstorm. And while we may have some protection from the vaccine right now, we're going to get wet if we don't also find another way to protect ourselves. Go ahead, please. So when we think about the variety of strategies that we can use, we really started to think in public health about, there are a lot of strategies that we can use, and some of them are a lot easier than others, right? So when we talk about things like having indoor ventilation, getting tested, masking, even getting a vaccine, those are really easy. Those are less burdensome than, in comparison to, community lockdown, which we saw last year, closing businesses, limiting gatherings. I mean, let's remember last year we had a long period of time where we had public health orders that were limiting gatherings, and public health didn't like doing that either. But it was where we were at the time, and it was the tool that we had. And so what we're really trying to get away from is the need to use those very painful kinds of strategies and really stay on that other end of the less burdensome strategies. But we really need everybody's help to do that. We need people to go and get vaccinated. We need them to go ahead and wear masks when they're indoors for a bit longer till we can get through this Delta surge. And if we stay working hard on that easy stuff, it will really keep us from having to go back into those really painful kinds of strategies that nobody wanted. Thank you. Next. So we wanted to collect a little bit of information about what we're seeing in terms of vaccination policies. We're actually seeing a lot of momentum for businesses to require staff to be vaccinated. And we just did kind of a quick sampling of some Boulder County businesses that we saw. And what we're really expecting is that vaccine licensure is going to spur more policy adoption. Go ahead, next. And so just to really land, I'm going to turn it over to Camille to kind of summarize what all of this information and science and strategic thinking, where it takes us in terms of landing.
Thank you, Dr. Nolan. And I just appreciate the thoughtfulness that you and our teams at Boulder County Public Health utilized when putting together this information, because I'm not a scientist myself, I'm a public health professional, but certainly this data is very telling for us, and it helps me just say the simplest things. Get vaccinated as soon as you can. If you are eligible, please get vaccinated. We certainly appreciate the Boulder County Public Health perspective of providing you with the numbers of the eligible that are able to get vaccinated, and the numbers of people who yet are able to get the vaccine. If you are able to get vaccinated, please do so. And then we've strongly recommended in our messaging in a press release last Friday to mask indoors, regardless of your vaccination status for now. The Delta variant has changed the goalposts for us, and we definitely need to use all of that layered mitigation strategy to keep us all safe, to protect and promote health. really, I want to share one thing that we're doing just at the Boulder County Public Health Agency. We are working with our staff to implement a vaccination policy there. Of course, we're a part of Boulder County government, but as a separate legal entity, we have a slightly different vaccination policy in general, and we're working to walk the talk relative to our urging you all to get vaccinated by bringing to our management team this week an updated policy that we expect them to approve, which will then require the vaccination for Boulder County public health employees. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to model this behavior. At this time, I know that we could certainly answer any questions you might have. And I'd like to add that our Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Chris Urbina, is also present should you have questions that require his expertise as well. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you, Camille, and thank you, Lexi, so much for the information as always. I turn to council now for questions, and I see Aaron's hand. Aaron.
So Camille and Lexi, thank you for that extremely useful presentation, although sobering. I've known about the rising cases for a while, but those were even worse numbers than I've been seeing recently. So it's important for us in the community to understand that. So very much appreciate your focus on how we get back to normal and what steps we can take with that, and the importance of doing the easier stuff rather than having to go back to the really hard stuff. So kind of in that spirit, my question is are you considering moving from strongly recommending masks to mandating it again in indoor locations like we had in previous wave? Because it seems like that might help tamp this down. So curious to hear your thinking on that possible step.
Thank you. We have been discussing that particular issue. I think that we are focusing on vaccinations at this point because that is the available mitigation that we know is effective in preventing severe illness and death. The masks are a part of it, and certainly when we get to a point where we feel that both of those strategies, the vaccination and the masking, are going to need to be taken through the process of a recommended public health order. Those are some of the ways that our health department, our public health strategy could be implemented, but know that the mitigation strategies we've taken with the schools, especially to protect those individuals like our children who are ineligible for the vaccination, was our first line of defense here in keeping our community healthy and safe. I'm not sure if Dr. Urbina or Lexi have any other additions relative to our strategy, but it is in our conversations and part of our considerations if necessary.
Thank you, Camille. Lexi or Dr. Urbina, would you like to follow up? And then I'll come back.
Just
Aaron.
to say, we're really closely watching the numbers. We are trying to watch which direction the numbers are going. We are very concerned that if we don't see a course correction soon, that we may need to take some additional, use some additional mitigation strategies.
Mayor, thank you. I have nothing else to add. I agree with Lexi and our director.
Great,
Well,
thanks.
Thanks for those answers. I have a daughter who's going back to school in a couple of days. So I'm glad to see the masks in the schools, and I'll certainly take that strong recommendation and wear one myself the next time I go to a grocery store. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. I've got Mary, Rachel, and Mark. Mary?
Thank you, Sam. So first of all, I just wanted to start out with a big thank you for what the data says has been a successful attempt at lowering the disparities. So thank you all for that very, very hard work. I know that you all worked really hard, so thank you. My first question is with regards to the 12 Boulder County deaths. And I'm wondering what percentage of those deaths were vaccinated versus unvaccinated?
My understanding, Councilmember Young, is that none of them were vaccinated, but I would need to verify that for you.
Thank you for that. And then I was curious about what Boulder County Public Health being in surge response means.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great question. So last year when we kind of got caught by the CU surge, it really kind of took over our world in a way that wasn't particularly helpful. And so we just never wanted to be in that situation again. And so what we did was we developed a protocol, a special protocol that would take effect when we got to a number of cases beyond which our team could do the full case investigation and contact tracing that's usually expected of us. And this protocol was developed in collaboration with CDPHE, and basically it's an approach that uses a prioritization to identify the cases that pose the most risk to the community, and that also begins to use some alternative community response and outreach methodologies, such as being able to send letters to larger groups that may have been exposed, as opposed to in-depth interviews for contact tracing to ascertain whether someone has a significant exposure or not. So it's a way of making the process a little bit more efficient. We probably lose a little bit of the depth of value of those interviews, but it's a way of shifting into a high efficiency stance and being able to continue to respond to the community.
Thank you for that. And then, so in your diagram, you were showing how, or you also said in your presentation that if folks are vaccinated, that they can still be carriers. So I'm wondering what kinds of recommendations you have for people who are vaccinated to kind of know where they are in terms of whether and if they might be carrying the virus.
Right. So the most important thing is to wear a mask when you're around other folks, because that will prevent you from picking it up and becoming a carrier. And if you are a carrier, it'll prevent you from spreading it. That's the most important thing. I would say also continue to be aware of who you're around. Use social distancing as a personal mitigation strategy that you can have control over. Continue to think about, it's still summertime, we can still be outdoors. Those kinds of strategies that people can use in their everyday lives are still really important. And even for vaccinated folks, it's really important. Wash your hands. All of those things that we've been recommending the whole time, continue to do those things. Dr. Urbina, do you want to add anything?
No, I think you said it well, Lexi. I think all the mitigation strategies that we've talked about before, council member, are all critical. And even if you remember when we first started talking about vaccine, we were still saying wear your mask, because we weren't sure early on in the vaccination process whether or not you would be fully protected. And it turned out that we were right. You were fully protected for the most part for severe illness, hospitalizations, and death. But over time, we've seen a gradual decrease in the effectiveness of the vaccine. And so that's why you saw the CDC add a third dose for immunocompromised folks. And then likely in the fall, over the next couple of weeks, they're talking about adding a booster dose for all of us immunocompromised folks who were largely protected, but because of the changing nature of the virus, particularly the Delta virus, we're probably going to add another vaccine to boost our immune response. And the good news about the mRNA vaccines is they can change it slightly to be more effective against the changing variants. But still right now, our biggest foe is the unvaccinated. We still want to get all those folks that are unvaccinated vaccinated before we start talking about boosters downstream. And in this period, as Lexi stated very well in his presentation, during this period of increasing cases and breakthrough cases, we still want to protect those people that are not vaccine eligible yet. So that's why all the strategies that we've implemented have, I know we sound a little bit like a broken record, but I think that's really our goal over the next several weeks to months, to protect the unvaccinated who aren't eligible, as well as protect those folks who are immunocompromised. I hope that helps, Councilmember.
Yes, thank you very much. And you answered another one of my questions, which had to do with the boosters. So thank you for that, as well as another question I had about the safety of being outdoors and social distancing. So thank you very much. That's all I have.
Mary, Rachel, and then Mark. Rachel.
Thanks, Sam. And thanks, Lexi, for the update, and welcome to Camille. I have a couple questions. You know, the CDC basically said we were good to go and could ditch our masks, and that was following the science there a few months ago. So I guess there was a period of time where it felt like if we were vaccinated, we were pretty well protected. And it turns out we're not. We're still getting infected and spreading it amongst each other. So that's alarming, I would say. So a couple of questions that flow from that. First, with breakthrough infections, do we have data on like what if people are getting the long haul or long-term symptoms the way that people who are unvaccinated are or were?
I don't know of a data source for that.
I would say, Lexi, we're still following that, council member friend. You know, the breakthrough cases are a new phenomenon for us. We're following this very closely at a national level, as well in Colorado. Colorado's now going to put up a new dashboard about breakthrough cases. So we're going to learn more over a period of time. You are still protected. I don't want to lead you to believe that you're not protected from severe illness, hospitalizations, and death with the vaccine. That's still a very important strategy. And the breakthrough infections that we've alluded to are still a small number of cases. So it's not just common that we're because you've been vaccinated and you do come in contact. It's still a fairly rare situation, but it's possible. And that's why we want people to protect themselves with masks. I hope that helps. And I think more to come in the future as we look at that data and we track. And hopefully we'll answer your question about whether or not people who are vaccinated and do get the Delta virus will suffer from long-term or long haulers disease. We just don't know the answer to your question just yet.
Okay, thanks for that. Somebody let me know if I'm cutting in and out, because I can already cut in and out a little bit. So I guess following from that and following up on Aaron's question, it's a little bit confusing to me. Why, if we're strongly recommending masks, we're not mandating them, because people are so much more likely to follow the rule when it's a mandate as opposed to just strongly recommended. And I'm not seeing a lot of people wearing masks in stores or at restaurants. And then related to that, I haven't seen much on social distancing inside spaces anymore. And so wondering, where does that fall on that sort of layered mitigation continuum, social distancing?
Start by just completely understanding your perspective on the mask mandate piece when we're talking about this stark data that we've revealed to you this evening. We know, however, and it's key in what Dr. Urbina just mentioned, that the vaccine is effective at preventing severe illness and death. And so we want that to be the focus of our community. That's why we've leaned on the strongly recommend. And certainly our focus must be protecting those who can't get vaccinated. And that's why, you know, it is hard to know what to do first. We don't want to take away the focus of the vaccination piece. We've worked hard, as you saw, on the equity vaccine work and our community ambassadors going out to all communities, but focusing on those who are experiencing disparities on vaccination. And we're finally seeing a change in that data to have it be more equitable as to those individuals in our community who before were not getting vaccinated now are, those that are experiencing those health disparities. And we have to strategize in this regard. And at this point, we thought about how do we tackle this together, and strongly recommending masks at this point allowed us to watch the data and watch especially how the goalposts are changing every day with the Delta variant, while we still continue to focus on pushing our community to get vaccinated so that we can get to a point where we don't necessarily have to have these stark discussions with you anymore. Dr. Urbina, anything you would add as our CMO to sort of the high level strategy I'm sharing with the council?
No, I have nothing else to add. I think you said it well, Director Rodriguez.
So it's a good lead in to my next question. And I guess I would also just point out it is, I think, an equity concern that if the masks are only recommended, that you've got like frontline workers who are wearing the masks, but from the image that you showed, like when they're wearing the masks, they're not being protected by the person who's coming in and checking out and is infected. And if they're not required to wear a mask, and frontline workers have to be there around people who are infected day in, day out, that's tricky. But the question is there like a trigger or a certain data point that you are looking for that would sort of activate the mandate? I understand we're watching the numbers, but like previously we had, dials and codes and things that we were looking out for. Is there something like that we can be on guard for?
I appreciate that perspective. I know that prior to my arrival in Colorado, I understand that we were looking at a dial which was focused on not taxing our hospital systems. At this point, we're shifting our perspective. And so there is not a magic number, but it's a combination of factors. The other day, Lexi and I believe Dr. Urbina and staff visited our economic vitality group, which is comprised of small and large businesses in the community, to have this very discussion. And there was some of the same sort of focus on, yes, let's all get our masks on so that our frontline workers are safe. How do we begin to tackle, though, the complexities of those small businesses and our health department staff to do the complex work of the enforcement, combined with our experience of a surge and our ability to thoroughly investigate cases. It's been a constant battle for many local health departments. I came from Illinois. We were struggling with the same issues of staff capacity. And so all in all, what I want to say is, as we will continue to strongly recommend masking, there is not a magic number, but we want a magic number on vaccinations. And that's 100% of those eligible to be vaccinated. I know that that's not the answer you're probably looking for, because mandates and orders seem like the logical step. But I think at this point, I continue to urge the community who's listening and you to talk with your constituents if you can, to say, get vaccinated so we can be at 100% eligible and protect those that are not yet eligible or those who are immunocompromised. And that mask is a secondary strategy, as Lexi mentioned. And I think that it's an easy thing to do, to throw it on and model that behavior. I actually even have my picture that I use professionally with a mask on to walk the talk, and that's sort of the best I can give you, is to continue to urge the mask wearing at this point.
All right, and I will +1 getting to 100% vaccination. Very supportive. Two more questions. This time last year, we were talking a lot about CU students coming back and sort of how that might impact the community. So just wondering, do we know what the vaccination rates are for CU students? I thought that they were maybe going to be, that they had mandated vaccines, but with exemptions. So just wondering what does that look like, and how concerned is your department on the arrival of many more people to the community?
Yes, Dr. Nolan, do you want to take this one? I know that you've been talking, well, we've all been talking with CU, but I think you might be more able to answer those percentage questions.
What I can tell you at this point is that yes, CU has a vaccine mandate for students, staff, and faculty. What they are seeing anecdotally so far is very good response in terms of seeing that documentation come in. Their deadline hasn't arrived yet. I think their deadline is mid-September for that documentation to appear. And what they are communicating is that they're expecting a very low number of folks to opt out at this point, but we do not have that data yet. I will also say that CU passed a universal masking requirement for indoor spaces on their campus, which was terrific, super supportive. And they're using that not as any kind of opt out of vaccinations. The vaccination mandate still stands. And so we're looking forward to conversations to see how that rate is shaping up. But we are not expecting the kind of challenge that we saw last year. Not to say we're not going to be watching it carefully, because that is such an important and significant group of our city residents and regional residents that we really do want to pay attention to it and be as supportive as we can in that space.
Thanks. And last question.
Rachel, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just have a request for a reminder from our interpreter to please slow down if you could when you're speaking and take a breath. And this is not to you, Rachel, to everyone. Please take a breath between sentences so there's time to translate the valuable information you're giving. Back to you, Rachel.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna slow it down. I think before we meet again, there will be the booster shots available. I have a household member who hits 8 months in 2 weeks, I think. So if I understand it correctly, boosters go out after 8 months, in theory, starting in September. So just wondering, given that it was difficult to sign up for shots the first time around and to coordinate that, what is the plan for booster shots? How will those roll out, and how will people be notified of their eligibility?
So it's a fantastic question. And it's also one of those spaces that, unfortunately, like many things in the last year, you were hearing it on the news at the same time we were hearing about it. So we have not had time to formulate exactly what the plan is, but we are hard at work figuring out how that's going to happen, especially with all of the other staff demands right now. I will say that the good news is that we are in a place where we have an amazing network of vaccination providers across our community, including our hospital systems, including our drugstores, including lots of other partners in the space who, are continuing to provide vaccines to our community. And so what we're mainly focused on in public health is making sure that there are plans in place to be able to reach folks who do have more difficulty accessing vaccines, and making sure that we're supporting their access. So that would mean folks who are homebound, folks in long-term care facilities, some of those harder to reach populations, mountain communities sometimes. But we should have a more robust plan very soon.
All right, thanks for answering all my questions.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark.
Sorry about that. I understand the emphasis and the push for vaccinations. My question is, how effective is our push for vaccinations? Is the rate of vaccinations accelerating or slowing down?
Well, it's a great question. We do have, I didn't include that slide tonight. I'm sorry. What we saw was, a big uptake in vaccination rates back in March and April and part of May. And then we started to see a decline. That decline has largely maintained. We're seeing, I think, about 350 vaccinations in Boulder County a day at this point. But I will tell you that one of the most important strategies that has been boosting vaccination rates lately is that employers are beginning to pass staff vaccination requirements. And so there are a lot of businesses, federal government, state government, other folks who either have passed those requirements or have communicated to their employees that they are planning to. And we have seen some vaccine uptake increases lately, minor, that we think might be related to that. The other thing that I think could be a bit of a game changer that's coming soon is that we do continue to expect the Pfizer vaccine to be fully licensed sometime in September. And we think when that happens, that we will see more interest among individuals to get vaccinated, as well as additional organization policies requiring staff to get vaccinated.
Now, the reason
Lexi, and sorry to interrupt, Mark. I see Dr. Urbina has his hand up and I wanted to see if he had a response to you.
Councilmember, I think it's a great question as well. I think where we saw the biggest rise, obviously, with the new eligible, the 12 to 15-year-olds, we saw a big uptick in that. Now we're doing quite well with that population, and we're largely because of our community ambassadors as well as our work with our partners, particularly BCH. We've really narrowed that vaccination gap with our Latina communities. So I think we're doing a better job with that, but we still are struggling with this 20 to 39-year-old group. If you have any advice for us to get after that population, we certainly would listen to you and try to get that group that's pretty recalcitrant to getting vaccines.
Well, I would not presume to offer that advice, but there's an element, it seems to me, that to which, if we're having that problem for whatever reason, that would seem to speak to Rachel's concern about perhaps we should be mandating masks as opposed to advising masks if there is an entirely vaccine resistant portion of the population, which we seem to have, as well as every other community in the country seems to have. Would that not call for a somewhat stronger approach? I address that to any of you.
Yeah, I was going to say, Camille, maybe you need to step in and.
I will. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. I think one of the reasons why perhaps you haven't seen me, the executive director, recommend that particular order to our Board of Health is also because of being able to lock arms with our regional partners and have a unified response to this. And I think it's a struggle, if I may speak, for many of my local public health administrator colleagues, that this isn't a state mandate for us just to implement. Now, I am not going to say that that's an excuse, but it would be very helpful based on sort of the sentiment about masks in many communities. And I don't put that on Boulder County because I do believe we're, I'll say this in my short time as a Boulder County resident, I feel the sentiment here is much different perhaps than in many other communities, even the community that I came from in Illinois, relative to the mitigation strategies, the layers of mitigations, including the masking, including the vaccinations. I was so impressed when I arrived here to see the numbers and to even frequent the businesses and see many people utilizing face coverings. With that said, many of us meet as local health department administrators multiple times per week to try to come to a consensus on how we can lock arms on strategies that include perhaps orders on masking, perhaps orders on vaccination for frontline workers. As one of the council members mentioned, it seems irresponsible at best that those who are serving the public could infect the public, or the public could infect those that are in the position to be frontline workers. And so it really takes at times the consideration of how we all can work together, because as Dr. Nolan, as Lexi brought you the Boulder County data, as a state, we are also, you saw, in very high transmission in many areas. And so that's probably why, council member, you see sort of this strategy of us recommending, strongly recommending the masks while really pushing the vaccination, because we don't want to dilute that first line of defense against illness and hospitalization and even death, which is the vaccination. I know that doesn't perhaps feel good, because if I had it my way, I certainly would want everyone to wear a face covering and for us to continue all of our other strategies like hand washing and social distancing. But I want to get to that point on the vaccination numbers of our eligible to be vaccinated higher, so that I don't dilute the importance of going out and getting that shot to save lives.
Thank you.
Yes.
Well, a related question, I really don't mean to put you on the hot seat, but have we received any guidance or policies from the state? Or have you heard anything that would indicate that we will be receiving such guidance or policies from the state?
Oh, that doesn't put me on the hot seat at all. I'm happy to report that I and other local public health administrators regularly put good pressure on our state health officer to then put pressure on our governor to pass universal masking and even some vaccination mandates. At this point, we are getting information that our governor prefers it to be effectuated locally. We have received guidance, though, council member, we've received guidance for schools. And we took that a step further in Boulder County in our public health order that was passed by the Board of Health and recommended by staff. So in that sense, we are utilizing the strategies that we have in response to that lack of governor level, state level mandates with masking and vaccination.
Okay, and my last question is just more of a technical question. As booster shots seem to be coming down the road, do we know yet whether you're going to be able to mix and match between, say, Moderna and Pfizer, or will you have to get a Pfizer booster for a Pfizer vaccine? Any sense of how that's going to play out?
Council member, it's likely that we're going to continue with the same vaccine that you got before. So if you got a Pfizer, you'll probably get a third dose of Pfizer. The same thing is true about mRNA, the Moderna vaccine, and likely with the J&J or Janssen vaccine. You know, all those questions have to be answered by the FDA and the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, because that's really how we make those decisions. We have a panel of experts who give us the best advice available, but it's likely that you're going to stay in your same lane with the same vaccine.
Okay. And though I should have thanked you for this presentation at the outset, I'd like to do so now. Thank you for coming tonight, and that was a terrific presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mark. Junie, I saw you had a hand up. Do you have anything?
Thank you. I do have a question and a comment as well for Dr. Urbina. And well, I just want to first thank you and the rest of your team for this presentation and always keeping us ahead of what's going on in the community when it comes to public health. And you are talking about the young people between 20 and 29 years old. And I remember when the pandemic first hit, when you came to council and we talked, and eventually in the discussion, we talked about community connectors. And the next time, you came back before council, I mean, the level of engagement using community connectors were very strong. And I'm wondering right now with the new variant, what are some of the, not just looking at community connectors, because we were thinking about them and reaching out populations that are disadvantaged, but looking at the 20 to 29 years old, we mentioned, who are resistant. Are you working and partnering with, for instance, bars and places that these young people are going to get them and, to get them to get vaccinated?
I think great question. I think we have made a tremendous progress, particularly among our Black, Indigenous, and people of color populations with our community ambassadors. And we've had good relationships with our CU leadership and our CU connections, because as you know, many of the young people that fall in that category are recent graduates of our university, as well as practice in our community. So I think we're making inroads. I think the challenge will be, and also we're working very hard with many of our healthcare system partners, as well as what Lexi alluded to earlier. So I think we're making good progress, but as you know, when you're young, you don't always listen to the best advice. It's only as you get older, you realize there are other people that are smarter than you and should listen to your advice. But again, we are trying to make inroads in those communities, and we'll continue to do that. And we'd appreciate any advice that you have for us. If there are connections that we already haven't made, please reach out to us, and we'll help connect with them.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add a little bit of additional information to put a finer point on it. Our containment team is also currently working to advance focus groups with young folks to make sure that our messaging is on point and that our communication outreach strategies are effective in reaching them kind of where they are. So looking carefully at how we frame messages, what kinds of communication platforms we're engaging, and looking at the penetration to see if what we're doing is effective. So we've been working on that, and we'll continue to do that through the fall.
Yeah, thank you for this. I think this is great. And I think for me, again, when you first came before us, the community ambassadors program that you've implemented, I think is just fabulous. It's wonderful. And for these young people, as you mentioned, their resistance because they're young, but of course, going where they are, partnering with bars and local organizations, especially in places like Boulder, a lot of young people love, they love outdoor activities, partnering with these organizations as well. I remember watching the news, the mayor de Blasio in New York, they're giving $100. I don't know if that's something that you can do, giving money to young people to get them out there to get vaccinated, but I guess it has to be a multi-pronged approach. Also, I just saw recently on the news that the NFL Raiders are saying that, if you want to attend events, you either have to get vaccinated or show proof of it. So maybe having, where young people are at events and passing out information on that, or having a mobile site during these events as well might be way to go as well, to reach out to these young people.
Thank you for the suggestions, Councilmember Junie.
I will also mention that, for our younger families who haven't gotten vaccinated, we are working on making sure that we are set up so that as soon as the children are eligible for the vaccination, that we are creating family-friendly opportunities for them to get vaccinated so that we're vaccinating whole families at the same time, and making sure that those opportunities are geared for different cultural groups, and making sure that we're creating friendly places for folks to really be able to make it an easy opportunity for them, particularly as school goes back in and we go into the fall.
Great. Well, I don't see any more hands up, so I will thank you, Camille, Lexi, and Chris for being here with us. I would like to go back to the days where these are 10 minutes long with no questions and we are on to other business. But as long as we are having these challenges in our community, it's great to have you here helping us out with what our response should be. So thank you all for being here. I will turn now to Nuria. And Nuria, I think we have a few more minutes of discussion around our COVID response, if you want to take us into that.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And just a quick thanks to our Boulder County Public Health folks. They've been extraordinary partners as we move forward. We had two things really that we wanted to share with you all. We ourselves have leaned into this as well. We started with messaging to staff that we also felt those obligations to make sure we had safe workplaces, and that as we go out into community, that we owed it to our community not to fear that public employees were bringing more risk to them. So we have started, and just today sent a note to staff about and set up a easy way to show or to let us know when they were vaccinated, and so that they can report. And for those that are choosing not to report for whatever reason, requiring masks, we have been in talking, we saw this presentation today, and as we had been approaching and seeing those numbers, we had been talking about a universal mask mandate as well, but looking to really think forward and see what percentage of our staff have been vaccinated. We believe that is a high percent. And so we will be looking at that by September 1st. We should know that data as we move forward. I'll ask Pam, I've got two people just to talk and give you quick updates. I know we have a full meeting tonight. Pam Davis, I'll say, has been really spearheading a lot of the COVID recovery from CMO, and can tell you a little bit about some of the steps we've been taking and engaging in to enhance the already existing approaches that we have done in the city. And then we also received a question from Councilmember Yates, and appreciate that question about how do we prepare our business community and what does COVID look like, particularly for some of those amenities that people have really gotten used to in the summertime of outdoor dining, and looking to see from Yvette, who's also Yvette Bowden, is on the line to talk a little bit about what she's been hearing from the business community that we want to make sure we partner with, and set up some conversations that we want to hear from you, Council, about sort of outdoor dining generally, and where you would like us to continue to have those conversations. So I'll start with Pam, and then maybe we'll shift over to Yvette soon thereafter.
Thanks, Narian. Good evening, Mayor Weaver, members of council. So I'm happy to just tell you a few things that our recovery team is still actively working on as it comes to providing services directly to our community. We are offering, as you may have seen, a free vaccination clinic based out of our Boulder Public Library. It was just announced today that that will continue through at minimum mid-September, but we intend to assess that on a monthly basis. We began conducting that on July 11th, and we are offering weekend and evening hours. So we are providing free vaccinations with no appointment required from noon to 5 on Sundays in the library moving forward. In addition to that, we have worked with the state and county to extend our Stasio COVID testing site. So we do have free on-demand testing available for our community indefinitely, at least through the end of this year. And that is generously being funded by the state at this point, which allows us to simply provide this space and some logistical support. In addition, we are doing quite a bit of continued outreach with our business community, and a lot of that work is also being conducted through our county partners, certainly our team in community vitality, and our connections with the Chamber and the Economic Council and others are doing great work to sort of hear from our business community. We are trying to get information, particularly to our downtown businesses, about our vaccine clinics, because it's a very convenient stop before or after a shift to come get a vaccine. We are offering both the Pfizer and the Johnson & Johnson vaccine at that. And we've been thrilled to see a lot of our teenage community members coming through. In fact, one young woman celebrated her 12th birthday by getting her vaccine shot at the library just last weekend. So that's been great. Nuri has also mentioned just internally the measures that we're taking to protect our own city staff. And I welcome any questions about any other specifics you might be interested in.
Thank you, Pam. Council, any questions at all for Pam? I am seeing none. With that, about onto Yvette.
Good evening, council members, and thanks, Pam and Nuria and our county colleagues. I have only 2 slides. I'll be pretty quick. So you asked, and you've been receiving a lot of notes in favor of continued outdoor dining. I'm just reminding us how that program came about, the success that it is, and the conversation we continue to have. The Boulder Business Recovery Program was basically an answer to a problem. The required social distancing and limited indoor capacity was making it even more difficult, not only for the restaurant industry, but especially for our struggling restaurant industry that was struck with limited capacity inside. So in addition to keeping the community safe and focusing on gift cards and a buy local campaign, subsidized delivery service, industry outreach, 5-star, and I really want to thank all of our alliance partner organizations for all their hard work here. BBRP was put in place through an emergency order. And so far, we're really excited that it's been able to aid 88 citywide participating restaurants. That does not include those that are not serving alcohol and are operating on private property. So this is just folks that were trying to serve alcohol and operating somewhere that they would also touch a public space. I want to thank all of our cross-city team for the amazing work that made the following possible. So there you'll see the 7 bullets of what that program includes. This is citywide waiver of all parking minimums, including the addition of many curbside drop-off and pickup locations, temporary modification of alcohol licenses, which were allowed by the state of Colorado, temporary outdoor expansions, repurposing the public right-of-way in some cases, and some on private property. So thank you to the many landlords who appreciate this difficult time as well. Waiver of city fees, rerouting of the hot bus line, city facilitated street closures, and city provision of some infrastructure. Next slide. So following this introduction, we got a proposal from Downtown Boulder Partnership recently, but it just furthers a conversation. Last November, and again in February, we had already been talking about what happens after the pandemic, right? There had been some amazing outreach conducted by Downtown Boulder Partnership, and people were expressing a lot of enthusiasm for the experience. And so we wanted to start work on that, some of which was delayed in order for us to focus on the ambassador program, which is already a huge success, and we're thankful to council for that support and direction. So what is this going to do? It will explore a post-pandemic downtown Boulder outdoor dining program, balancing all of these needs of not only the businesses, but also thinking about the property owners, the neighbors, and the city in supporting access, safety, vibrancy, and the achievement of community goals. This work, which is progressing nicely, is responsive to that downtown proposal. It will explore not only the scope, because we've had a lot of different iterations across the properties in the bid area, in the mall, in the closure area, and et cetera. We have a lot of work to do with the state about how long temporary is and what that is, as well as insurance, participation, cost sharing models across the businesses in the bid, which we're thankful for the partnership in leading those conversations. And we'll also be looking at things that people can do already, which have nothing to do with an emergency order, like existing patio leases, garage dooring, alleys, and private property. Again, there's a lot of departments involved in this. Really thankful for all the collaboration. So our immediate next steps are, we're going to listen to the folks who you just spoke to, right? The evolving health and safety guidance, determining if there's infrastructure or storage needs while we consider these things, program measurement, which could really be beneficial as we continue the work that you'll be looking at as a body in 2022, maybe, on the parking code and curbside management, depending on the work plan direction you give, process development, which really has to start with the state in their definition of what this means, coordination with the Downtown Boulder Partnership Stakeholder Group, and what we hope very soon could be an agreement that we bring before you on consent. You'll notice that it's a license agreement and not a lease. Thank you, Brenda, I will slow down. You'll notice that it's a license agreement and not a lease. And we have some precedent for that. Our last license agreement that dealt with public right-of-way was with the farmers market and is highly successful. So we look forward to exploring this with Downtown Boulder. And I see a couple hands.
Yep, thank you, Yvette. And I'll turn now to council questions. Bob and then Aaron. Bob.
Thanks for that, Yvette. A couple of questions, Yvette. The current arrangement for outdoor dining, whether it's West Pearl or the parklets, is scheduled to expire on October 31. Is that correct?
That is correct, as it is related to emergency orders.
Okay. And when will we know that it may be a date later than October 31?
As soon as the county tells us. Although we are really sensitive to the fact that businesses need a little bit more notice, right, to make arrangements, and so do we as staff. So I'll be working hard over the next couple of weeks to see if we can do that as early as possible, maybe as early as late September, early October. If it is before we're able to revisit with you on this topic, we will certainly provide council a heads up in that regard.
How long is, we've had October 31 as the outside date for a while, is that right? When do we set that date?
I believe that it was first extended till February, and in February we notified all the businesses that it would go till October.
So that was not based on a health order. In other words, we didn't know in February that we would need until October 31 to have outdoor dining. Is that right?
Actually, perhaps I could clarify. In February, we extended till the end of emergency orders, or till October 31st. When the emergency orders lifted the indoor dining restrictions, we came back to you and asked for support to extend it a little bit further to allow people to continue to enjoy this weather period that we have and allow us to return back safely.
So the October
31st.
Yeah, thanks for that refreshing our recollection on that. So that October 31 date that we picked in the summer wasn't tied to a health order. It wasn't like the Boulder County Public Health told us this summer, oh, you've got to let people eat outside until October 31. Is that right?
From the county, no. Everything is tied to emergency orders, though. And what I would say is, we're continuing to monitor this as everyone is. We want to give people as much notice as possible. I'm also really working hard with our neighboring cities that have chosen November 1st. So we want to be thoughtful of everyone, but at the same time, we know that this is a changing situation all over the state.
Yeah, and it's true that Denver extended its outdoor dining permissions until the end of 2022. Is that right?
Outdoor dining, but Michonne and I are interested in what happens to outdoor alcohol. And so we're all working together, and we'll continue to keep council and our partners at Downtown Boulder Partnership apprised.
I'm just struggling a little bit with why we have to wait until late September, early October to make a decision on October 31. Like what will happen in the next, I get the fact that the health orders may tell us, hey, go be on October 31, and that would be great to know that. But let's say that doesn't happen. What's going to happen in the next 45 days as we're waiting around? Because as you said, the restaurants need to know now or soon. Why would we make them wait for 45 days to tell them, oh, it's not October 31 anymore? We gave them many, many months of notice before. Why are we giving them only a few days notice this time?
Actually, we do feel that the notice we gave in February was the notice that gave folks lots of time. Nevertheless, I don't think this is something that is hard and fast. I do want to distinguish the difference between what we're doing under emergency order and a more thoughtful process with downtown Boulder that is separate. And so that's the slide I just showed you. Should council want us to have different direction related to emergency orders, I think that's something I should refer back to Nuria, the county, and Sandra.
And just one or two more questions, and then I'll pass it on to my colleagues. You mentioned you're working with Downtown Boulder Partnership on a program. When would that start?
As hopefully as soon as whatever post-pandemic means. I think there are ways that we could certainly expedite that depending on its scope. And we look forward to working with them. If I'm able to bring it sooner to the community and something that all parties agree to, I think we'll want to try to do that.
But I mean, when you say post-pandemic, could that be like November, or are we talking like next spring?
I would like to talk to our colleagues inside and out about that, but I think we can come back and visit council with an update.
Okay, could we do that like at our next meeting? I'm still struggling why we have to wait until early October on this decision. I'm not sure what happens between now and early October that would change our minds. If there was a proposition before us tonight that said, hey, let's change October 31 to some date in 2022, what information would we need? What information are you telling us that we would need to make that decision?
First, I think there is some information I don't have that I would want to talk to my internal colleagues about. At the same time, we just received Downtown Boulder Partnership's proposal a few weeks ago, even though we've been talking for a long time. And I think if we can make it sooner, we certainly would look forward to doing that. There is a distinction between, however, the citywide program and what is being proposed by Downtown Boulder Partnership. And from an equity standpoint, we want to look through that lens as well.
Exactly. So I think we want to make some citywide decisions. It's separate from what Downtown Boulder Partnership might do for its colleagues. So well, I'll yield to my colleagues now, but I'll just express disappointment that we're talking about another 6 weeks before we would bring to council a decision about whether October 31 should be extended. It seems pretty obvious to me right now that we should be extending this beyond October 31 now, regardless of whether you have assistance from Downtown Boulder Partnership or not, and that we should make this citywide, not limited to downtown. So that's my opinion. I'm disappointed we don't have more information, and I would request of staff that we bring this forward as quickly as possible, not the 1st of October, but at our very next council meeting, so that we have all the information that we need to make an informed decision. If there's reasons why we would not go beyond October 31, I'd like to know those in a staff memo, because we've been waiting for this for a while. So that's my position.
Thank you, Bob. We've got Aaron and Rachel. Aaron?
Yeah, thanks for that, Yvette, for the explanation, the update. Appreciate it. Bob actually asked my questions, so I'll just throw out a quick opinion that I think the downtown and program has been incredibly successful. I had the chance to be downtown in a couple days this weekend and see everybody out enjoying the outdoor eating opportunities and walking around on the couple blocks of Pearl Street that are closed vehicles, and then the sidewalk space, et cetera, et cetera. And I've also seen in other parts of town where those similar restaurant expansions have been incredibly successful. So I would love to continue this past October 31st, if at all possible. We did just hear from the Public Health Department that the pandemic end is not as soon as we had hoped, and it's a very successful program for our businesses and restaurants. So would love to see an update sometime soon, where maybe we could weigh in on that and make a decision on that, so that those businesses had a couple months heads up that hopefully that they could continue. Thank you very much. Bye.
You, Aaron. Rachel, and then Mark. Rachel.
Yeah, I'm pretty similar to where Aaron is, in that Bob asked my question, and that I feel like COVID is not nearing an end. We talk about sort of post-pandemic, and it feels like we're not there. And it is, for some of us, I'm one, it still feels much safer to eat outside. And I don't see that being different on October 31st or December 31st, maybe next December 31st, but hopefully we'll keep this going, because I think it has helped sustain businesses and give people a place to be where it still feels safe. And it sort of feels like one of the few COVID bonuses. Like, people love the opened extended Pearl Street, and I will be hoping that we hang on to that. Thanks.
Mark?
Yeah, I've got to be supportive of Erin and Bob and Rachel on this issue. You know, I think the need is quite apparent. The success of the existing program is very apparent, and you know, I always try to be fairly methodical and subjects, but I'm going to depart from that. I'm not sure why we aren't simply extending the date and figuring out the details later. I just don't know what issues could come up other than getting state authorization for outdoor licensing that would cause us to rethink that determination. If we said this is going through, just to pick a date, March 31st, 2022, I'm hard pressed to imagine a set of circumstances that would cause us to revisit that and say, well, that's really not a good policy. Let's curtail the program. So I am in favor of whatever we can do in as expeditious a manner as possible to give the business community the knowledge that is our present intention to extend this date and work on the mechanics as we have to work on the mechanics. So that's my view on this.
Thank you, Mark. I see Nuria, and then I'll weigh in. Nuria?
Yep, and I'm happy to wait. Thank you, Mayor, if you wanted to weigh in first, but wanted to just say, this is exactly sort of the conversation and the nod. We wanted to know what your interest was as we move forward. We had not had, obviously this involves more than just community vitality, but has some, we need our planning partners and our transportation partners, given some of the parklets and the road obstructions that comes with some of the outdoor dining. I too myself am a big fan of some of what we've seen during COVID. I will note that part of that October 31st is because that is when our state liquor license expansion went to, and that was the deadline for that. So we want to reach out and make sure that we can go beyond that. And that's where with this, armed with this information and your collective sort of nod to have us come back, we certainly had planned to make sure that we had crossed all those T's and dotted the I's to make sure we came back either with an IP or further conversation in the future. So we thank you for that.
Okay, thank you all for that. I also think we need to move expeditiously, but I would say that I think there's still time. There's probably not many immediate decisions that are going to be made so that we have to come at the next council meeting and make a final decision. I think we can indicate to everyone that we are working to extend it. That's our intention. We have some administrative details to attend to. So I appreciate Yvette and Nuria thinking it through and making sure that we are doing it in an equitable way. I do understand business folks' urgencies, but I will also say that it's about 10 weeks to the end of October. And I think in 2 to 3 or 4 weeks, if we can have something lined up, they'll have plenty of time to respond. I'd also like to request that as we look at this, we make sure that pedestrians and cyclists are able to navigate those areas. I've noticed quite a bit of creep between 9th and 11th on Pearl. I will only eat outdoors in a restaurant, and I will continue that as long as we're having these kind of struggles. So I do appreciate what everyone has said about the advantages of outdoor dining, but I will also say that some sidewalks and definitely some middle of the street passages have closed down to be 0. And I would like to make sure that we can still get folks through there on foot and by bike. So I am like Rachel and others. I think one upside to this in the long run would be if we kept Pearl closed, or at least seasonally closed. So I think there's a lot of advantages to the kind of exploration we've been doing, but I also do appreciate taking a little bit of time to make sure that we've got, planning and transportation all lined up, and that we hear from everybody who may bring up concerns that we don't quite know. So I agree with my colleagues. I'd like to move this forward. I agree we'd like to give 6 to 8 weeks of notice to business, but I do also want to make sure that we're careful in how we do this implementation. I think one thing that council would love to hear as soon as staff knows would be if we get the sign from the state that we can extend our liquor licensing beyond October 31st. That would be something great to hear, because then I think all council would know that what could be a big impediment has fallen and we can continue moving forward. So with that, I will note the choice has been made to end language interpretation. I think we went a bit longer than we expected to. And I want to give a shout out to the interpreter, Marina Lagrave, who was with us tonight, and say thank you. I know it's a lot of work for everyone. And it is also the case that we really never know until we get a day or two ahead of the council meeting how long the COVID briefing will last, because things are changing pretty rapidly. So with that, any other comments from council before we move on from COVID? Great, seeing none, thank you to everyone who is here, our county partners, Yvette and Nuria, for walking us through that. With that, I think, are we up to open comment, Alicia?
Sorry about that, sir. Yes, sir, we are. Open comment starts now.
All right, very good. Let me pull up my list here. Tonight, it looks like for open comment, we have 6 people signed up. We will start tonight 2 minutes apiece, as usual, for open comment. We will start with Stephen Heidel, Evan Rabbits, and Shirley Jin. Stephen?
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can.
Okay. So last week I was listening to the TAB meeting, and Boulder Police and the State Patrol went over the vehicle violence that's happened pretty much most of July, but one in May. So if you don't know, we've lost 5 Boulder residents to vehicular violence in the last 3 months. And if you can watch the presentation, I'll just go over it briefly, but if you can watch last TAB's meeting, just the beginning, the Boulder Police did an excellent job of going over all these crashes. So I'll quickly go over. In May, there's South Boulder, Manhattan Circle, a motorist killed a cyclist. And then in July, the rest of these are all in July. 34th and Iris, Diagonal Highway. A car turned in from another car, and two of our citizens were killed in that left turn wreck. 47th Independence, singular motorist rolled over and died, 43-year-old. Lee Hill, which is outside of Boulder, but in Boulder County, one of our citizens was killed by motorists turning left in front of him as he was cycling down Lee Hill. Those are the deaths, and we've had a couple of severe accidents. 30th and Pearl, a motorist turned left. He had a flashing yellow arrow in front of a motorcycle. The young person is probably going to lose his leg. 47th Diagonal, a motorist ran a red light, severely injured a cyclist going through 47th. And then also Pearl and 9th, last month, there was a car that pulled out and the moped tried to avoid it, and the rider of the moped is severely injured. So if you can look at last tab, it's worth it. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Next, we have Evan Rabbits, Shirley Jin, and Patrick Murphy. Evan?
Good evening. Tonight, I'm asking the community to help me find a news article from 10 to 15 years ago, which was on the front page or front of the second section of the Daily Camera, possibly the Denver Post. It included an unusually frank statement from maybe the National League of Cities or the National Urban League, Colorado Municipal League, etc., saying that the city of Boulder makes decisions in smoke-free back rooms while city council puts on a show for the public. Sounds like today. I can't find it on the camera website, through the library, or with the assistance of the Carnegie Library. Several friends of mine distinctly remember that phrase, smoke-free back rooms. I'm offering a $50 reward for the physical clipping or a link to it if it is indeed online somewhere. I'm Evan Ravitz. You can send it to me by email, eravitz@gmail, or see my website, evanravitz.com. Just like the city should be getting ahead of the game regarding outdoor dining, council needs to decide if you're going to fix the faulty online petitioning software so that it's ready this spring when people want to use it. You either need to hire Runbeck to fix the faulty software they made, or allow MapLight to redo the whole thing properly and for free, which they estimate will take 6 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. Next, we have Shirley Jin, Patrick Murphy, and Sammy Lawrence IV. Shirley?
Small cell towers are now being installed at various locations within Boulder. They are emitting EMF radiation that hundreds of scientists and doctors say is dangerous to the health of human beings and all forms of life. The biologic health effects include cancer, damage to DNA, memory, brain development, reproduction, and more. The damage extends to animal and plant life. If the planned build out is completed, there will be cell towers emitting both 4 and 5G radiation every 10 yards throughout Boulder and the world. EMF radiation passes through walls and windows and will be essentially unavoidable. The FCC, as reported by a Harvard publication, is a captured agency controlled by the telecom industry. Congressional oversight committees are controlled with millions of dollars in campaign contributions. Wireless radiation is unnecessary for communication as fiber optic wires are far superior to 4 and 5G. The probable real cause of 5G is that it will allow the surveillance of everyone and provide billions of dollars to the telecom industry. The corporate news media are not reporting the health danger of the small cell towers. Please spread information and contact your elected representatives to ask them to find ways to push back against the telecom industry, as is being done in some cities, states, and countries. For more information and to learn more, please go to the Environmental Health Trust and Physicians for Safe Technology.
Thank you, Shirley. Next, we have Patrick Murphy, Sammy Lawrence IV, and Lynn Siegel. Patrick?
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder for 51 years. This is my 104th presentation to City Council since 2014. Some of you really do listen to those of us in the public who try to bring you facts that you perhaps missed or perhaps choose to ignore. My proof of that is the Muni, or as I call it, the Looney Muni effort. I have recorded that failure in detail in 94 presentations to City Council that are memorialized on YouTube far past my lifetime or yours. The real culprit in the Muni failure was not Excel, but rather Boulder's bad leadership, bad legal decisions, and financial shenanigans. In spite of this, there's still an anti-Excel voice that in some cases righteously critically evaluates Excel, but blindly accepts Boulder's deep failures as if they didn't and don't exist. For example, in opinion pieces in the camera, there are those such as Leslie Glustrom, Steve Pomerantz, Julie Zanisher, Phil Wardwell from Erie, and others who criticize Excel and list Excel's profits, ignore the taxes they pay, and ignore the many billions of dollars their investors are putting into massive wind farms, solar, and shutting down coal plants. These writers pretend these investors are not at risk, but they are. For example, Excel's last big coal plant is messed up technically, and it's more than likely that the investors and not the customers of Excel will pay the penalty, unlike Boulder, who had a massive failure of our water system that had deferred maintenance and left us with a rate increase of over 80% since the 2013 floods. I'm certain these writers have good intentions, but they're lousy at presenting the full truth. Half-truth is a definition of propaganda. Demand proof, not propaganda, from Boulder's Climate Action Plan leaders. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, we have Sammy Lawrence IV and Lynn Siegel. Sammy, we don't see you in the meeting, so if you could tell us by chat or by question and answer box if you are here. And with that, we will go to Lynn Siegel. Lynn?
I haven't had communication on my phone for the last 3 months. Apparently, the cell tower at the former Boulder Community Hospital was taken down and no one said a word. Supposedly, it's supposed to go up on the Foothills campus in September, but I sure would have liked to have known that my phone's audio was all screwed up because of that. I went and bought a new phone, you know, like everyone else around the neighborhood has been. Like, if this is community benefit at Alpine Balsam, well, you're failing, right? You know, let me know at least what's happening. As far as dining on Pearl Street Mall, you know, I'm not going to support XL Energy pumping all this heat into these plastic enclosures for people to still catch the virus inside. What they need to do is put in what the city needs to do or mandate is heat recovery ventilators in all the existing restaurants for the winter time so that you can increase your tax revenue. So far as and this will, you can put filters on with UV filters to put, you know, to take out the virus, to take out the variants, to take out whatever, change the airflow per minute to the amount of occupancy in the room and the space, do all kinds of things. No one's been thinking of that. I brought it up a year ago. You could have done it long before now. As far as Camille and Lexi, who were talking from the Department of Health, they say they're going to get to know us. Nobody's going to get to know me. I'm a black box. That's what I am. That's what I am to City Council. And I go to the Planning Board and the Transportation Advisory Board and the Open Space Board of everyone I tell, we need videos. A year and a half ago, we need our videos. We exist.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you. Sammy Lawrence would be our last speaker. I don't see Sammy anywhere. So with that, we will close the public hearing and bring it back. I'll turn first to staff. Staff, do you have any response to anything that you heard at open comment? Great, seeing none. Council, any questions, response? Great, seeing none, I will turn it back to you, Alicia.
All right, sir. Thank you. Next, we have on this agenda, the consent agenda, and that'll be items A through F and I through P.
Very good. Thank you, Alicia. And the one item that I would just call forward is I know that we have a short presentation on item 3E. And as we're getting that ready, Mary, do you have something else?
I had a comment on item 3E, but I'll wait until after the presentation.
Okay, super. All right, I see Bethany here. Bethany, are you going to take us through this?
I am. Good evening, Mayor Weaver and council members. I'm Bethany Collins. I'm the real estate supervisor with Open Space and Mountain Parks. Next slide, please, Taylor. With this agenda item tonight, staff is seeking council approval of the acquisition of a permanent public trail easement together with access over a portion of the Raytheon Holdings property located along North Foothills Highway for $23,500 per acre, and with the total purchase price not to exceed $235,000. The Raytheon property is entirely surrounded by Open Space and Mountain Parks protected lands, and once approved, the trail easement will host a segment of the North Sky Trail, a trail identified for construction as part of the council-approved North Trail Study Area Plan, or the NTSA. Next slide, please. This is a strategic and high priority acquisition that flows from the guidance in the NTSA, which specifically directed staff to pursue a trail easement on the neighboring Foothills Business Park conservation easement property. And with that easement acquired, staff moved forward to explore the Raytheon easement, knowing this was aligned with the intent of the plan and would provide enhanced benefits and better utilization of the trail easement on the business park property. Next slide, please. Extensive staff, community, board, and council discussion and thought resulted in the recommendations for the NTSA and the balanced outcomes that guide the alignment and future construction of the North Sky Trail. The acquisition of the Foothills Business Park Trail easement, together with this proposed easement, extend the portion of the trail that can be located on the existing railroad grade, allows the trail to remain lower on the slope and out of the habitat conservation area for more extent, and provides better opportunities to reduce impacts and bridge infrastructure needed to cross through a couple drainages that the trail must intersect. It also allows for flexibility for a trail alignment and options for more sustainable grades, as well as a potential for less infrastructure, such as those retaining walls and bridges. The conceptual trail alignment drawing on the right reflects this, with the combined blue and orange line trail alignment rather than the original yellow alignment. Next slide, please. Additionally, acquisition of the Raytheon Trail easement will help fulfill several OSMP master plan strategies and supports at least two charter purposes, allowing the city to follow council guidance from the NTSA to construct the North Sky Trail, reducing undesignated trails in the HCA, and managing increased visitation and better preserving about 50 to 60 acres of this important habitat block by removing the trail from a portion of the HCA. Aside from the trail alignment and design benefits, this trail easement acquisition has important resource benefits as well. The removal of 5,000 feet of the North Sky Trail from the HCA, which also increases protection of rare plant communities and lessens impacts to the important shrubland and blue stem communities that benefit species like the lazuli bunting and a suite of rare skipper species. It also lessens the spread of invasives within the HCA. The negotiated easement will also include the ability to relocate and replace the chain link security fence to something more aesthetically pleasing, which improves the scenic values and visitor experience. And it'll have access rights for maintenance, enforcement, and emergency services to the midpoint of the trail. And it gives the rights to perform habitat and weed control activities, habitat restoration, and weed control activities. Next slide, please. With council support, next steps in the acquisition include OSMP staff and city attorney tasks to draft, purchase, and easement agreements, as well as undertake due diligence work, including surveying and environmental and resource studies. And this will also provide forward momentum in NTSA implementation and design and construction of the North Sky Trail with an estimated opening in 2024. Next slide, please. With that quick update, I turn to you for questions.
Thank you, Bethany. And with that, we'll start with Mary and then Mirabai. Mary.
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I had a comment, and I just wanted to express my gratitude for this alternative trail alignment. I did not vote for the North TSA because of the intrusion it was going to have on the habitat conservation area. So I'm very pleased to see that staff pursued an alternative trail alignment and that it has such positive impacts on the habitat conservation area. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mary. And then Mirabai, Aaron, and Mark. Mirabai?
Also, I guess though I was not on council when this was voted for, it was one of the things that kind of kicked me off into also being interested to run for council. And so I appreciate the realignment because I've been a big opponent of this North Sky Trail. And so I really do appreciate the alignment as well and the hopeful protection of the HCA. Just one quick question for you. Does it also, just because again, I don't have the maps in front of me, but I had been working on this in the beginning of my term. Is it also still protecting the rattlesnake hibernacula that I know before had been threatened more severely?
I do know they have inventoried those, and it is offering an increased setback from the identified hibernacula. Yes.
And so, is there anything left? I mean, I understand we're still going to have to deal with some of the weeds being transported back and forth through the bike tires and still human impact, but I mean, overall, would you say it's a 75% decrease in impact, or do you have a percentage of how much this will decrease the impact?
I don't have a percentage, but I do know that there is intention to do several years, because they do have some baseline inventory data, obviously, and to do some monitoring information. And so I believe they will have that information available. Unfortunately, until you determine the final alignment and actually construct it, it really is hard to gauge those impacts.
Okay, but this option is basically the best option for being least invasive that we can come up with.
Definitely, yes.
Great, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mirabai. Aaron, and then Mark. Aaron?
Well, I did vote for the North TSA back a few years ago, and this having the trail go up into the HCA was the most concerning part of the whole plan. And I know at the time we hoped that we could get these easements, and so very pleased that we were in fact able to acquire them. So Bethany, thank you to you and Open Space staff for all your work in making this happen. And I look forward to that trail opening in 2024.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark?
Well, as is often the case, I'm left to second Mary's comments and agree with them in their entirety, which I do. I do have only one question, which is, what was the purchase price arrived at?
The purchase price for this easement, we had actually had an appraisal on the neighboring property. And so on the Foothills Business Park trail easement, we went through an appraisal process. And so this because it's a very similar property, obviously, and adjacency, so similar development potential, similar restrictions, things like that, we were able to use those values to negotiate that purchase price.
Okay, and thank you for the work on this. I think it's a terrific outcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Bob?
Sam, if there were no more questions on this item, I was going to move the consent agenda.
I have a comment. So before you move the consent agenda, I will join my colleagues in saying I'm super excited about this outcome. I did vote for the North Sky Trail in the North Trail Study area. It was this was the key point for me, was that this easement was a possibility, and we knew that we would pursue it strongly. So I'm very happy that we got it, because it does complete, I think, the faith that we stated with everyone that we would push really hard to get this alignment. So and I'm glad to see all the interest in this. I think it speaks well to everybody that we were able to get this done and stay away from the hibernaculum as well as the habitat conservation area. So with that, Bob, have a motion.
Thanks, Sam. I move the entire consent agenda except for items G and H.
And is that as amended with the new item for calling the special meeting?
I'm sorry, yes, with the new item P for the special meeting. So A through P, but not G or H, which we've agreed to move off to another meeting.
Second.
Great. We have a motion and a second. And Alicia, I believe this is a roll call vote, yes? You are on, there you go.
Yes, sir, it is. Thank you. I'm out of rhythm. I apologize. Councilmember Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
Young.
Yes.
Brockett.
Aye.
Friend.
Yes.
Joseph.
Aye.
Nagel.
Aye.
Swetlick.
Yes.
Sir, Mayor, the consent agenda has passed unanimously with the removal of G and H as amended and the additional 3P item.
Awesome. Thank you, Alicia.
All right. Our next item on this agenda is our call-up check-ins, item 4A.
Thank you. And I would just turn, Nuria, I see that staff has a presentation. Did you want to do that, or was that a back pocket presentation?
I believe we had, that certainly will let staff weigh in, Jacob, if you want to take that on. I know that they were prepared to answer some questions.
Thank you, Nuria. No presentation on this item, but prepared to answer questions as needed. And I'll leave it at that.
Awesome. Thank you. With that, I will turn to council. We can either have a motion or questions on the call-up item. I'm not seeing questions, so I will invite a motion.
Sam, do we need a motion if we just?
No, you're right. I take it back. I apologize. I kind of lost track. Does anyone have any interest in calling this up? Okay, seeing none, I think we can move on to the next item, Alicia.
All right, sir. Item 4B is the call-up item regarding a 3-year extension of development approval for the use review, LUR 2016-00020, for attached residential in an industrial zoning district, associated amenities located at 3289 Airport Boulevard. Velos Condos is a new neighborhood of 70 homes planned in a 5-building condominium community comprised of 1, 2, and 3-bedroom for sale homes that include on-site permanently affordable units and 5 live work condominiums. Construction has been completed on the first 3 of 5 buildings, and the applicant has pre-sold 50% of the units. The building permits are issued for the final 2 buildings, with construction expected to begin at the end of 2021.
Thank you, Alicia, and I apologize to everyone. I had items 4A and 4B mixed up. So now I'll turn to Nuria and see, is there a presentation that staff wants to give here?
There is. We have Elaine McLaughlin ready with a quick presentation.
Yeah, I can go over this quickly. Elaine McLaughlin case managed this application. And just next slide, please. It's essentially it's an extension of their development approval, and planning board voted unanimously to extend the development approval for another 3 years. They're essentially just in the middle of construction and they just need to wrap it up. I have more slides. It's at council's pleasure if you'd like additional information, but essentially it's just allowing them to continue with their construction.
Okay, very good. I will now turn to council. Does anyone have any questions, comments, or desire to call this item up? All right, I am not seeing one. With that, Alicia, I think we can move on.
All right, sir. Next on our agenda, we have our public hearings. Item 5A is the second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8474, submitting to the qualified register electors of the city of Boulder at the municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. The question submitted as an initiated ordinance whether the city of Boulder shall adopt changes to the Boulder revised code to require that any agreement with University of Colorado regarding terms of annexation for the land known as CU South, including certain specific details, and that the annexation agreement gain voter approval in an election prior to provision of city utilities and services other than flood control facilities to or on any portion of CU South, setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
And I would like to just jump in here real quick. And before I hand this off to Luis Toro, I would like to just mention that, you know, as many of you know, Councilmember Yates and Joseph have recused themselves from taking action on the CU South resolution and annex ordinance, due to previous employment with CU. Tonight, Council will consider CU South ballot measure under Agenda Item 5A. I have advised Councilmember Yates and Joseph that I do not believe that they need to recuse themselves from this matter. This matter does not involve a discretionary decision. It's more ministerial than discretionary in that council can either vote to pass it as an ordinance on first reading, which council did not do, or place it on the ballot. Council must do one or the other, but in both circumstances, the initiative is either adopted or it goes to the voters. Secondly, our our code of conduct would require recusal if there was a direct benefit. I do not believe that this action would provide any direct benefit to CU. And for those reasons, I have advised those council members that they do not need to recuse themselves. And with that, I'll hand it over to Luis Toro.
Thank you, Sandra, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. I'm bringing to you first the CU South ordinance. As Sandra mentioned, this is essentially ministerial. Section 40 of the charter says that if a petition has been found sufficient by the clerk, that will be certified to the council. It's been done. And unless the committee of petitioners withdraws the petition, the council shall take final action, including setting the title prior to 70 calendar days before the November election. So that's what we're asking here to do today. I should mention also that the charter says that council should confer with the committees involved, and to fulfill that, I reached out on your behalf to the 3 committees, and one of them did suggest a change, but as far as the CU South petitioner group, they don't request any change in the ballot title you see before you, which is the same as the ballot language that went out on the petitions and was approved by the city clerk this spring. So unless there's any questions, I guess I'd say if council does want to make a change, we'd request that it be done on emergency so that it could be final today. You know, there's certain deadlines coming up about finalizing ballot content. But other than that, this is just a hearing on setting the title, and there's no recommended changes to what you see before you. Oh, and one other thing I should mention is it says ballot question number 300 and something, and this is kind of a sneak preview of the coming attraction for next week, which is setting the order of the initiatives. And we're not presuming any order tonight, but we do know that voter initiated or citizen initiated ordinances will be numbered in the 300s, and so that's why I put 3XX. It'll be 301, or who knows. It's up to the county clerk because they have to balance all the municipalities in the county, and so we won't necessarily get 301. It might be some other number, but we know it'll be in the 300s.
Very good. Thank you, Luis. Council, any questions for staff? Great. Seeing no questions for staff, I think we're ready for the public hearing. We have 11 people signed up for the public hearing, so each speaker will have 3 minutes. Our first 3 speakers on this item are Sarah Dawn Haynes, Lynn Siegel, and Evan Rabbits. Sarah Dawn, you are up and you have 3 minutes when you're ready.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Sarah Dawn Haynes, and I'm a resident of South Boulder, and I am not in favor of this, and I know that of I'm supportive of the annexation of CU South, and something about this that I feel has been missed from the petition text is the process that CU has for our campus master plan and what that means into the process. And so when we review the campus master plan presentations, they were really clear this spring that there would be a separate process for CU South. And so I don't know how that fits into this, and it just seems really odd to me that the community would be voting on the campus master plan. Full disclosure, I do work for CU, and I also am a leader in the environmental and climate justice movement. And so I find the annexation agreements set forth and the potential for carbon sequestration in our buildings and maybe even living building possibilities really exciting. And I am not, again, I'm not sure how this plays in, but I do want to make sure that it's clear that there's a separate process for campus master plan. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you, Sarah Dawn. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Evan Rabbits, and Margaret LeCompte. Lynn?
The worst possible thing for the city of Boulder is to have the CU South second campus. Worst possible environment hazard to the city of Boulder. in so many ways. We can't handle one campus in this city. The Delta virus luckily wasn't around when those kids did the big party up on the hill. That was before the Delta virus. The environmental losses. I heard the helicopters going around today up on the Anemone Trail. They're building rock steps. This is our open space, okay? And you want to bring more people to Boulder? You know what it costs to run those helicopters, to bring steps onto our open space pathways? Any concept of the costs of each human being that you add to this community and a whole nother campus? Are you people nuts? Don't even go there. Don't even think about it. We've got COVID, we've got climate change, and you're building another campus? Come on now. Babies have young lungs and they're not being vaccinated, and this Delta virus can go straight into them. And you know what? They might have low symptoms. They might have, you might not even know they got it, but you'll know they got it when they're 30 or 40 years old. Just like Rocky Flats and plutonium, you don't know the long-term ramifications. Human beings, overpopulation, another campus on CU South is crazy, absolutely nuts. I'm ashamed of the city for you even beginning to think about adding another campus to this place. That is just nuts. You should be ashamed of yourself. Each one of you that has even entertained the idea of this. And Sarah, my God, you're an environmentalist. This is not an environmental campus. You know what? I got something to read to you from Hogan Pancoast. A vote in favor of annexation will establish a precedent, cementing the fact that intentionally destroying wetlands is an acceptable procedure for getting your land annexed into Boulder, Colorado. That was from Hogan Pancoast. This is serious stuff. This is a bribe. Don't take it.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Evan Ravitz, Margaret LeCompte, and Gary Erling. Evan?
The railroading of the CU South annexation is an attempt to preempt citizens and our CU South ballot initiative petition, which we signed. How hypocritical, since the mayor has told the state to, quote, get the hell out of the way to let us make our own gun laws. Article 2 of the Colorado Constitution, our Bill of Rights, says, Section 1, all political power is vested in and derived from the people. All government of right originates from the people, is founded upon their will only, and is instituted solely for the good of the whole. Our Constitution also makes citizen ballot initiatives superior to laws made by representatives. This can be clearly seen in Article 5. Article 5, Section 1, Part 4, which states the veto power of the governor shall not extend to measures initiated by or referred to the people. The people's word is final. Sidelining citizens is standard for this council. Here are 4 other examples. The city is being sued by Physicians for Social Responsibility for colluding with the county to deny public hearings on the so-called Rocky Mountain Greenway. 2, the city went dark in 2019 to stop citizen participation in the details of our first in the country online petitioning system, with the result that over 1,000 people were unable to use it. 3, the city never held public hearings on spending $3 million this year to chase the homeless from one camp to another, when it could have provided tiny homes for about 100 people with that amount of money. When previous Mayor Jones retired, Mayor Weaver gave her special kudos for her success in reducing citizen comments from 3 minutes to 2. Get her done has become council's motto, meaning quick and dirty and in the dark, where democracy dies.
Thank you, Evan. Give me a moment here. Next, we have Margaret Lecomte, Gary Erling, and Jim McMillan. Margaret?
Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm Margaret Lecomte. I live in the Fraser Meadows neighborhood. CU's pressure on the city for annexation has got to be counteracted by let Boulder voters decide on CU South's ballot initiative. The city is perpetrating a fraud by allowing its citizens to believe a 100-year floodplain will, as many of them say, finally get us out of the floodplain. But you can't get out of the floodplain. You can only be more or less protected. We're only getting 100-year protection because CU forbade the city to provide any more, and council gave in. CU's so-called gift of land for flood mitigation is in the wrong place and far too small for the attention needed. The city knew this when it reversed its own 2017 decision for a 500-year flood protection. Capitulating to CU's demands for more land to develop means giving away any chance to preserve flexibility against future climate change-induced bigger floods. CU's build-out will destroy critical open space. Its increased light, water, and noise pollution will wreak havoc on the adjacent highly protected state natural area, which Boulder taxpayers have paid for. Boulder needs the Let Voters Decide initiative to correct a completely irregular annexation process. Number one, public engagement has been minimal. Outreach to affected neighborhoods hasn't happened. 2, drafts of the annexation agreement remain incomplete, vague, and contradictory. They're released so late that the public and advisory boards can't respond adequately. 3, staff has failed to provide critical information about annexation impacts requested by advisory boards for as much as 4 years. Since February, council members have held more than 19 closed-door meetings with CU officials over annexation. The public is in the dark about decisions made in these meetings. That's a major violation of Section 8 of the city charter and state sunshine laws. 5, decisions have been fast-tracked without knowing if regulatory agencies will even approve them, like the access point at Highway 93. 6, the studies used to argue, the CU used to argue for annexation's minimal impact on the city were paid for by CU, clearly not a disinterested party. 7, CU's promises to give land to the city, but in small print says that the city will actually have to pay for most of it at CU's price. 8, annexation will increase runoff and flood risks in adjacent and downstream neighborhoods. And finally, Boulder residents will subsidize CU's development with big increases in utility bills over which they have no control, all in the name of flood mitigation. Our ballot initiative will counteract such taxation without consent and require the city to get annexation done right. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Next, we have Gary Erling, Jim McMillan, and Nicholas Lenson. Gary?
By the city council that would deny the voters their opinion on the contract that the city has put forth with CU. It's inappropriate for short-term council members to sign long-term contracts that bind the citizens to pay the bills when they'd have no chance to vote for or against it. Now, my look at the council says that 5 members who are on the council today will either be up for re-election or not running for re-election. 2 members have said they have received funding from CU, which says they needed to recuse themselves. There's also 1 member whose property value of her home may be increased or decreased by the flood plan. She should recuse herself. That means there is only 1 person in city council today who will maybe, or who will be for sure in part of the city council after the November elections, who is not in some way being financially compensated by CU. So we talk a lot about Republicans trying to suppress votes. This is your indication of CU, or of, I'm sorry, a city council trying to suppress the vote of the city residents on a matter that's long-term consequences. Anyway, thank you. And please think about voters' rights.
Thank you, Gary. Next, we have Jim McMillan, Nicholas Lenson, and Alan Delamere. Jim?
Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, well, council, I appreciate your service, but with all due respect, I think you're out of touch with your constituents on this matter. You're in trying to get in front of us and our petition, the citizens' petition to fast track this annexation. And I second the comments of Margaret and Gary before me. And I would just, implore you to please listen to your constituents and let the citizens vote on this annexation as per the citizens' initiative before green lighting it and trying to get ahead of the citizens and basically practice a very anti-democratic council action. The justification that urgency is needed on annexation for flood mitigation is an outright falsehood. CU could allow flood mitigation to proceed without or before any possible annexation. They simply refuse to. And the council, not representing its citizens effectively, rolls over and seemingly takes this as the terms of the debate. The father of floodplain management, Gilbert White, an eminent professor at CU, to whom the memorial flood marker at the confluence of downtown Boulder by the municipal building is dedicated to, he'd be rolling in his grave, seeing CU push this misguided maximum development in or adjacent to such a major floodplain that has a huge character in defining the Boulder Valley. And the city, honors him with this floodplain marker. And many of us have moved to Boulder and have paid our higher taxes and support Boulder because of its environmental ethic. And yet, this current annexation, with an undefined annexation, green lighted when flood mitigation could proceed without doing the annexation, is really throwing that under the bus. The historic respect for the integrity of the Boulder Valley ecosystem is just being disregarded. There's a huge amount of hydrological impacts this floodplain has, and reducing the permeability through this large development adjacent or on the floodplain raised by fill dirt will damage that. Annexation needs to be well defined. It needs to demonstrate actual community benefits. More traffic and noise, reduce floodplain ecosystem function, and destruction of the Boulder Valley Greenbelt integrity doesn't do this. Moreover, lastly, 100-year mitigation. It's not enough, as others have already said, and that's based on historical data looking back. We're in the time of climate change, and it is upon us. Rain events are coming more intensely, more furiously, and we need to mitigate at a higher level than 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Next, we have Nicholas Lenson, Alan Delamere, and James Morris. Nicholas?
Nicholas, you may need to press *6. There you go.
Good evening. My name's Nick Lenson. I've been a Boulder resident since 1996. My comments this evening are on the ballot measure. not so much on the pros and cons of annexation. I've already communicated with council via letters to you, emails on annexation, and I'm sure I'll have a separate opportunity to further elaborate on my position there. I will say, though, that I believe Jim McMillan's prior comments were very astute and very clear, and I think it's that you should listen to them. But anyway, as such, I strongly urge the council to place the ballot measure on the November 2021 ballot, the general election. I also request City Council not approve any annexation agreement with CU prior to the November 21st election. In doing so, you may really jeopardize the perception of democracy or the reality of democracy in Boulder. As I think a prior speaker alluded to, it would reflect in the ways the U.S. Senate has operated with Supreme Court nominations, both in 2016 with Merrick Garland and more recently with Amy Coney Bryant this past fall. You may recall that the citizens attempted to place this ballot measure on the November 2020 ballot, but due to incorrect information from the then city attorney led to its failure. So this is not an 11th hour effort by citizens that elected you to council to ask to have a vote on any future annexation agreement. It is a long-term decision that many of us have made. In fact, remembering very well since 1996, when CU swept under the darkness of night to buy the South Boulder property. Jim Crane would no doubt be rolling over in his grave if he knew what was going on in the city council currently with the annexation agreement. But for the sake of democracy in Boulder, I really urge you to not ignore the wishes of thousands of Boulder citizens and Boulder voters. To do so really jeopardizes the perception and the reality of democracy in Boulder. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Alan Delamere, James Morris, and Stephen Talene. And from my notes here, Alan has a presentation.
Alan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Okay, there were two guest presentations made. You look at slide 2. Sam made one and I made one recently. I gave Sam an A for his understanding of climate change, but I gave him an F for failing to mention that the city plan only dealt with a 100-year flood. And in mine, I felt very strongly that we really need to have the update of the 2004 Comprehensive Flood and Stormwater Master Plan before voting on annexation. Next slide. That plan, comprehensive plan, is in the process of being updating, and it's a 2.5-year process, which really horrified me when I found out it was so long. And I went into it and started looking for specifics in the plan, and I realized there was a lot of action items that should have taken place. Have they taken place? And how does the flood of 2013, Castapluta flood, and the 3 floods we just had recently at 9th and Balsam, how does that work into it? So I started delving further. The next slide, I looked at the Stormwater Master Plan of June 2007. And this is really an excellent plan, much better than all the other plans which have generalities in them. This has got explicit actions defined with detailed cost estimates. However, not all the work from 2007 is completed yet. And there's a plan afoot to raise the water utility flood portion of the bill by 12% in order to help accelerate implementation. But this plan also needs updating, and my obvious thing is 9th and Balsam flood needs to be identified and fixed. So then my next slide, are we there yet? And my answer is no. We need to do our homework by reviewing the existing plans, you know, the 3 plans, the the one I mentioned, the comprehensive flood and stormwater plan, the multi-hazard mitigation plan. I spent some time going through that, and that's got lots of good stuff in it, but it really needs another update. This was last updated in March 2018. And of course, the stormwater plan. Here's a little extract, what I pulled out of the multi-hazard plan. The likelihood of future occurrences, highly likely. Climate change considerations. 100-year flood may become more frequent event in the future. Some of it may be even a 50-year, maybe it may be a 5 or a 10-year for another flood like 2013. So that's less than adequate. So all I can do is encourage each of you on council to go and do your homework like I've done in mine and study.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate it. Next, we have James Morris, Stephen Talene, and Thomas Rogers. James?
You should be able to unmute now, James.
Okay, hello. I'm Jim Morris. I live in South Boulder. I gathered some signatures for this ballot. People of all sorts enthusiastically signed, all sorts of places in the mountain parks, along the creek, at the CU South area. Please allow Boulder citizens to vote on this. Please stop attempts to prevent a vote by rushing through an annexation agreement with CU. There are many recent changes in the annexation agreement. The office space was increased by 50%. The planning board voted against it. The details if CU wants to sell off the property and whether Boulder gets enough time and a reasonable amount of not having too big of an increase in the price if CU is trying to sell it to some developer. Who would pay if there is a disaster? If there is a flood? Does Boulder have to pay CU? How much? The wisdom of building in the floodplain versus CU building in the reserve. CU's plans to increase its students by 1,000 students per year to eventually double from 35,000 students to 70,000 students. Building 4,000 square foot private homes, doing a 100-year floodplain plan instead of a 500-year flood plan. Using the gravel mining ponds to catch and store the floodwaters instead of filling them in and building on top of them. Here are some quotes that remind me to value nature. In wildness is the preservation of the world by Thoreau. The sunshine flows not on us, but in us. The river flows not past us, but through us. As long as I live, I'll hear waterfalls and birds and winds sing by Muir. If there's magic in the world, it is contained in water, Lauren Isley. David Brower, you want a place where you can be serene, that if need be can stir you up as you were made to be stirred up, until you blend with the wind and water and earth you almost forgot you came from. Extinction is not something to contemplate, it is something to rebel against. There are 2 endangered species in a native tallgrass prairie here. That was Jonathan Schell. Develop a boundless ethic which contains all living things, Schweitzer. Sit by a river, find peace and meaning in the rhythm of the lifeblood of the earth, me. Visit wetlands, watch colors change at dawn and dusk. Hear bird songs and the whir of wings, me. In leaning into the world, we make ourselves receptive to the world's profuse beauty, and we become exuberant, more fully alive, Sandra Lubarsky. Immerse yourself in nature, quietly listen, smell, watch, taste, and touch. Nurture your conscience, protect nature, defend the garden of your spirit. Me. When the last individual of a race of living things breathes no more, another heaven and another earth must pass before such a one can be again. William Beebe. We travel together.
Thank you, James. Thank you. We appreciate your input. Your time is up. Next, we have Stephen Talene and Thomas Rogers. Stephen?
Yes, thank you. My name's Stephen Talene. I live in the Keewaydin Meadows part of Boulder. Tonight, your vote is not on the subject of whether or not you want to support the proposed CU South draft agreement. The vote tonight is on whether or not you support democracy and the right of all our citizens to have a say in the future course and obligations for which we as a community will be responsible long after you have left office. All the signatures on this initiative were collected by Boulder citizens who volunteered their own time. None were collected by people paid to gather signatures. The required number of signatures to put this initiative on the ballot were certified while the CU city negotiations were still in progress and before even a draft agreement had been reached. Without a reasonable and good faith reason, a vote for not putting this initiative on the November ballot represents a slap in the face to the initiative process and the citizens you purportedly represent. I emphasize good faith because a vote against placing this fully certified initiative on the ballot in November, based on the assumption that the council will approve the agreement before the election, is clearly a bad faith argument. Given that the requisite number of signatures were certified before the agreement was completed, before it was presented for public comment, and before it was presented to council for first reading, the argument that the council will likely approve this agreement before the election is clearly in bad faith. A good faith solution would be for you to place this certified initiative on the November ballot. And if you truly want to avoid legal ambiguity, add a clause to the current draft agreement to the effect that this agreement will not take effect until after the November 2021 elections. And if the citizen initiative passes, it is subject to the results of a citywide election on the agreement itself. I urge you to do the right thing and vote to place the certified citizen initiative on the November ballot. To do otherwise would not only be a display of bad faith on the part of council, but an admission that this agreement may not represent the safeguards and obligations that the majority of Boulder voters want. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. And finally, we have Thomas Rogers.
Thank you. I've chosen decided not to speak on this issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will bring the public hearing on this item to a close and bring it back to council. Council, the floor is open for questions, comments, or a motion. Mark, and then Aaron.
In response to the last speaker, I assume, am I correct that not putting this on the ballot is not an option? That we're either going to put it on the ballot or adopt it at first reading?
Yes, that's correct. And you've already made that decision not to adopt it. So really all that's going on here is approving the title. And okay. I didn't hear any speakers suggest any changes to the title.
I just wanted to be responsive to that speaker. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mark. Aaron?
Just wanted to ask a clarifying question about something that one member of the public brought up. They suggested that someone whose house value might possibly be affected by a flood project should recuse themselves from this matter. I think we've heard that that's not the case. Sandra, can you, or Luis, can you opine on that, please?
I'm happy to say that in general, if you benefit in the same way as the public at large, then that's not considered a conflict of interest. If you benefit by virtue of your status as a member of the community that's going to be benefited by something, as opposed to specifically steering something towards you, that's not considered a conflict of interest.
So no need to recuse in this circumstance, in other words?
That would be my opinion.
Great, thank you.
I would concur with that. Thank you.
Great, thank you both. There are many things that were asserted during testimony. I will say that tonight's actions really don't have much to do with the substance of the issue. We are acting again in a ministerial fashion, as our city attorney's office has told us, on all three of the items for public hearing tonight, this one and the next two. So with that, I don't believe that there's a lot of options here. So I would definitely invite somebody to make a motion to move this forward. Nearby.
Thanks, Sam. I'll just make it simple. I move to put this motion on the ballot for 2021 election.
Second.
Very good. Mirabai, would you like to speak to your motion?
I just think this is incredibly important. I mean, I may not be on for all three of these as I have an early, excuse my cat, as I have an early work day tomorrow, but I support putting all three ballots on this all three petitions on this ballot because they got the required signatures and this is the democratic process. And I may not agree with some or all of them, but I do believe that this is the right thing to do, to put these on so that the people can have the voice that they so rightly deserve. And the work has been done, the signatures have been gathered, and they have been certified. And so this is what we agree to do as keepers of the democratic process. And so this is what I'm doing. So good luck to those petitions.
Thanks, Mirabai. And Mark, I think you were the second, right? Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll reiterate what Mirabai has said. I'm not going to speak to the substance of it. Signatures have been collected, the work's been done, it's been certified, and I would say this for all three. It's a relatively easy formula for me. The initiatives have done what they needed to do to be on the ballot. Let's put them on the ballot.
Excellent. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to this at all? Awesome, seeing no one. Alicia, I believe this is a roll call vote. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. And we will start with you, Mayor Weaver.
Aye.
Councilmember Yates,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
Brockett,
Aye.
Friend,
Yes.
Joseph,
Aye.
Nagel,
Aye.
Sweatlick,
Yes.
and Wallach.
Aye.
Mayor, ordinance 8474 was adopted unanimously.
Very good. Thank you so much, Alicia. And with that, I think we're ready for the next item.
All right, next on our agenda is public hearing number 2, item 5B, second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8475, submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Boulder at the municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. The question submitted as an initiated ordinance, whether the city of Boulder shall expand access to housing by allowing all housing units to be occupied by a number of people equal to the number of legal bedrooms, plus 1 additional persons per home, provided that relevant health and safety codes are met, setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
Thank you, Alicia. Luis, do you have anything you'd like to walk us through here?
There's not much to add from the previous one. This is, I guess I should say that this is another group that has not proposed any changes to the ballot title. This is the ballot title that was submitted or approved by the clerk in consultation with the committees to go out to gather signatures, and I conferred with the petitioners committee, and they didn't suggest that any changes be made to the ballot title on this one.
Thank you. Very good. With that, we will consider that the staff presentation. Thank you. We will turn to the public hearing. We have 57 people signed up to speak on this. I will reiterate that this is a ministerial function for council. We are going to simply be voting on whether or not to put this on the ballot and to set the title, and we have very little choice in the matter of whether to put this on the ballot or not. So you're all welcome to speak as much as you'd like, but we won't be addressing the substance of the issue tonight. And with that, I will turn to the public hearing. Our first 3 speakers are Nisha Schnepp, Fiona Pigot, and Philip Ogren. Because of the large number of folks signed up, we'll have 2 minutes per person. And Nisha, you are up.
Hi, I am Nisha Schneff, a brown queer person living in South Boulder who volunteers with Bedrooms Are for People and Out Boulder County. At the start of this month, Out Boulder County endorsed the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure. This was Out Boulder County's first ever ballot measure endorsement, and I'm very proud of what it means for our trans and queer communities. Boulder was the first town in Colorado to permit same-sex marriage, and our state's first openly gay governor comes from our town. Despite this, for most of our current occupancy laws, 50-plus year existence, same-sex marriages were illegal, and maintaining a neighborhood's character has meant keeping its cisgender heterosexual composition. Even today, Boulder's outdated home occupancy limits mean that it is legal for 4 unmarried queer people to safely share a 4-bedroom home together. Currently, many queer tenants living in Boulder face fear of eviction, and some have no legal standing to negotiate with their landlords since they are not on the lease. The Out Boulder County 2021 COVID impact study found that over a third of the trans and queer people of color respondents had lost their housing during the pandemic, and another 52% of respondents of color were afraid that they'd lose their housing this year. For our neighbors who already share their homes with their chosen communities, this law gives them the peace of mind to live openly in their neighborhoods and in their everyday lives, being out, queer, and proud. Having a rainbow flag isn't enough. Please join Out Boulder County in taking a real stand for Boulder's trans and queer communities, and please place Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, we have Fiona Pigot, Philip Ogren, and Ryan Tanner. Fiona?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Fiona Piggott and I live in South Boulder. I'm speaking in support of the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure, and I'd like to share my housing story. I moved to Boulder in 2010 to go to school and never left. Now I work in software here. In January of 2020, I pooled money with a housemate, a therapist who works in low-income clinics, to buy our house, where we live with 2 additional housemates. The income from renting rooms helps us pay the mortgage, and our housemates have a place in Boulder that's near buses, has bike storage, and is near their work. I haven't spoken to anyone who thinks that our house, 6 bedrooms and 3 cars to 4 people and 1 dog, is ruining the neighborhood. Indeed, I often tell my story when discussing occupancy limits, and I've been told that my situation isn't a problem, as the rule is only needed to, quote, keep students under control. People admit that they want occupancy limits as an option to evict their least favorite neighbors. Control-hungry neighborhood groups have no problem with households of people they like or know personally bending the rules, but they agitate to narrow any expansion of housing to exclude students, impose income restrictions, and exempt certain neighborhoods. Excluding people from housing stifles communities and reduces opportunities for people like me and my housemates. I lived in Boulder for 10 years, many times overoccupied, before buying a house with a housemate. Sharing and living with more than 3 roommates enabled me to come to Boulder to save money, to stay in Boulder as a student, an intern, and later a professional, and to build a community here in Boulder. I hope that passing Bedrooms Are for People will make it possible for more people to find community here. Thanks. That's it.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Next, we have Philip Ogren, Ryan Tanner, and Eric Budd. Philip?
Hello, my name is Philip Ogren, and I'm sorry, and I live in Boulder near Baseline and Foothills. I want to share my positive vision of what life could be like here in Boulder when we get serious about tackling climate change, diversity, equity, and inclusion, a lack of a meaningful purpose for the economy, and our widespread mental health crisis that is characterized by isolation and hopelessness. I want to live in a large pedestrian district where cars are scarce and asphalt is considered a scar on the earth to be used sparingly, where I can walk 15 minutes to everywhere I need to go for my daily needs, where I can walk out the door and see neighbors gardening, children exploring by the creek, or teens playing ultimate frisbee in the park. A neighborhood where I can walk to the corner and grab a drink with a friend and hear a local artist share music. I want to live in an apartment, a condo, or part of a house that has plenty of space so that I can sleep quietly, prepare a meal, and work productively. But I do not want or need extra rooms for a pool table or a Lego collection, or for some kind of museum where my grown children's things are preserved. I do not need a large basement to store boxes of stuff that I have accumulated over the years. I reject many of the other reasons why people live in large houses by themselves. I want to live a life that is rich with social connections, that limits my negative impact on the planet and makes room for others who want to do the same. But today, most of Boulder is yet another city that is built up around the prime directive of suburban sprawl that everyone will drive nearly everywhere for nearly every reason. Our space has been handed over to vast acres of asphalt for car storage and conveyance in order to serve large single-family homes that occupy vast acres of lawn grass in private yards. So I think it is a double insult to the planet and to those who cannot afford to live here that we have normalized 1 or 2 people living in these large houses by themselves, and that we have made many other reasonable configurations illegal. Our occupancy restrictions need meaningful reform now. It will be good for the planet and good for us. Please put that measure on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Next, we have Ryan Tanner, Eric Budd, and Blake Stone. Ryan?
Ryan.
Hang on. I'm sorry. I just got a note. It seems like Blake Stone and Ryan. Blake Stone is pooling with Sarah Campbell and Ryan Tanner. So Ryan won't be speaking now. So then we have Eric Budd, Blake Stone, and Sarah Dawn Haynes. Eric, you'll have 2 minutes. Blake, if you have your other 2 folks here, you'll get 4 minutes. Eric, you're up.
Thank you very much. My name is Eric Budd. I live in Boulder, and I'm a co-lead on the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. What you're hearing tonight is an outpouring from people, many of them volunteers on our campaign, who want to change Boulder's discriminatory housing occupancy limits. We have an incredibly diverse team on this grassroots campaign, Bedrooms Are for People. We are homeowners, we are renters, we are older, we are younger. Some of us have been directly impacted by these discriminatory laws, and all of us know that we need to make changes that expand access to housing in Boulder for everyone. We've been working to get Bedrooms on the People on the ballot since 2015. We've been lobbying Boulder City Council for decades to change these discriminatory laws. And yet again this year, you have decided not to take action on this important issue. So we are here to bring this change to the people. We are asking you tonight to put our measure on the ballots per the staff recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Then next we have Blake Stone. Blake, we have you as pooling with Sarah Campbell and Ryan Tanner. I'm assuming that those are here, so you will have 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. You can hear me, yes?
We can.
Okay. I have been a resident of the city of Boulder for the last 17 years, and for 7 of those years, I have worked in healthcare. My bachelor's and master's degrees are from Boulder universities. During the pandemic lockdown, I worked for the Boulder Homeless Shelter for people with COVID-19, and I currently work for Boulder Community Hospital and in elder care. I love working in healthcare, even with all its problems, because I believe everyone deserves care, whether or not we are related. In Buddhism, we would call this interdependence, that we are all in this together. An us-them mentality is not why healthcare workers are currently putting themselves at risk to care for patients regardless of their vaccine status. So please, with this in mind, I beg you to hear me out before you conclude I'm just some shill for the other side, whatever that may mean to you. My life, as I conceive of it, is not an escalator. Never have I aspired to be married or have children. I am not an investor, and I'm not building an empire of people who look like me, and I do not have a single family member living in this state. I am queer, and Boulder has been my reluctant refuge. Adoption used to be very taboo, and I think this is how the idea of a chosen or functional family still lands with many people. I can understand that, but since I work in elder care, I meet so many people who have no relatives. This includes widows and widowers, people who have divorced or lost grown children, but also others, including many LGBT community like myself. Whether you respect the idea of adults living together in a chosen functional family or not, it is how I've been living my life for the last 17 years in Boulder. Because Boulder's occupancy law discriminates against familial status, it means I've been living illegally. Yes, that means after working 12-hour shifts in the hospital, I've come home to worries about whether new neighbors will report our 4-bedroom home for having 4 adults living in it. As you can imagine, this has been very stressful for me and many others who share this situation. We have tried repeatedly for several years to get a city council to change the limit or modify the language of the occupancy law, and every time it's been dismissed. It is difficult to express in just a few minutes the huge impact the occupancy law has had on my life. At times I've felt very angry with the city and those who have gone out of their way to obstruct this reform. I've put my energies into research. I've learned that in Boulder, a bedroom must have its own window, its own door, not from another bedroom, and be at least 70 square feet. This means it is impossible to outfit a 3,000 square foot home with 20 bedrooms unless that house is entirely windows and has no kitchen or bathrooms, in which case it would not be the code. I've also looked into the history of court cases on occupancy laws, and they all seem to rest on the idea of traditional family values and discouraging, quote, alternative lifestyles. States like Ohio and Iowa have banned these laws entirely, which brings me to the point that the bedrooms are for people initiative is actually quite modest and it's not scrapping occupancy limits entirely. Should it fail, I will go get a law degree, run Colorado state legislature, and sponsor a bill banning occupancy laws like Boulder's altogether. Because again, the occupancy limit affects our daily lives. It's bigger than the inconvenience of too many cars or on a street or rowdy students. It's our housing list, whether we have a place to call home. For this reason, I want to say to anyone on the fence that it's not too late to change your mind and support the Bedrooms Are for People campaign. Out Boulder knows it's a big deal for many of us in the LGBT community, and that's why they endorsed the Bedrooms Are for People campaign, the first campaign they've ever endorsed, and why I'm urging you to adopt Ordinance 8475, the Bedrooms Are for People initiative, as written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Blake. Next, we have Sarah Haynes, Carlston Nasser, and Pierce Delahunt. Sarah.
Thank you. Hello. Sarah Dawn here, and I'm a ballot sponsor for the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure, and I'm a resident of the White House in South Boulder. And with many, many hours over the last 2 years working on this ballot measure, the housing justice efforts in our city over the last 7+ years, and reading the recommendations from our comprehensive housing studies over the last 20 years, I have a lot of confidence in our work and encourage council to place the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure as written on the ballot for November. We've read policy books, interviewed experts, and most importantly, spoken to thousands of our community members about how to best meet economic, environmental, and social justice needs without adding cost to city efforts. This is just expanding the housing we already have built. This is not folly, it is collective wisdom and a move in the right direction after 50 years of suppressing housing. I'm passionate about getting all renters on leases, and I want our renters to be visible and secure in their rights and have this housing stock available, which will be more affordable. I want landlords and property managers to have accountability on keeping their housing safe and welcoming to our community. Thanks so much.
Sarah. Next, we have Carlston Nasser, Pierce Delahunt, and Anna Vernier. Carlston.
Yes, I'll yield my time to the rest of the team.
Thank you, Carlston. Next, we have Pierce Delahunt, Anna Vernier, and Rebecca Davies. Pierce.
I am not seeing Pierce, although I have seen Pierce before this evening. So I will let you know if Pierce appears again, Sam.
Sounds good. And that will bring up Anna.
You should be able to unmute, Anna.
Just got it. Thank you. Hello, my name is Anna Vernier. I was born in Boulder and I've lived here most of my life. I am an early childhood educator and a graduate student at CU. I teach at a Montessori preschool in South Boulder. Living in physical proximity to my job has always been very important to me, both to help reduce my carbon footprint and to be culturally immersed in the community where I work. Every year, it becomes more challenging for me to afford to live in Boulder on the income of an early childhood teacher. And more of the friends I grew up with move away because they cannot afford to live here anymore. I know a retired teacher who has lived in Boulder for 60 years and is now on disability. Even with subsidiary funds from the government living in designated affordable housing, she is still paying $800 a month to rent a one-bedroom trailer. It is extremely sad for myself and people like her to be priced out of our own hometown. I have volunteered off and on in my church soup kitchen since I was about 11 years old. Over the last 15 years, some of the same people are still regulars at our meals. These people are long-term members of our community, and some of them struggle with cognitive disabilities, physical disabilities. All of them struggle with a general lack of a support network. The Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure was recently endorsed by the Emergency Family Assistance Association specifically because it would help families experiencing housing insecurity in Boulder. I have researched the criticisms of opposing Boulder Bedrooms Are for People. I don't think that this measure would completely eradicate homelessness, nor would it single-handedly solve our affordable housing crisis. But I have yet to hear a single criticism, including those recently espoused by Councilmember Bob Yates, that convince me that this initiative would cause harm to anyone in our community. I believe strongly that it would help myself, the friends I grew up with, and the financially struggling families in my preschool. So please, let the people of Boulder just vote on this measure as it is written. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Next, we have Rebecca Davies, Nick Grossman, and Chelsea Castellano. Rebecca?
Hi, you hear me?
We can.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, thank you, Council, for your time. So Boulder's occupancy limit law has been around about 50 years now. Sometimes people take for granted that an old law still exists and assume there was some rational decision-making behind it. But I'd like to push back against this idea that just because this law has been around a while, that makes it normal or logical to mandate empty bedrooms. Just because something seemed like a good idea to a few people 50 years ago doesn't mean it's a good idea today. In fact, 28% of the US population lives in a state where it is illegal for cities to impose this kind of law. If Boulder were located in California, New York, Oregon, Washington, Iowa, New Jersey, or Michigan, then this law, the current occupancy limit law, would be unenforceable. The Oregon and Washington state legislatures passed measures just this year banning cities from considering relationship status when determining occupancy. They did so to increase affordability, enforce non-discrimination, and ensure health and safety. It wasn't even a controversial vote. In Oregon, only one legislator out of 90 dissented. In Washington, the bill was titled "Removing Arbitrary Limits on Housing Options." So let's dispel this notion that somehow restricting access to housing based on who is related to who is normal when these laws are changing fast. Also keep in mind, some things people used to think were normal are considered pretty abhorrent today. Like it used to be normal to prohibit gay and lesbian people from getting married. It used to be normal to outlaw interracial marriage. And it used to be normal to bar non-white people from living in certain parts of the city. Not only is our current occupancy law not normal or logical, it's bizarre that we demand that housemates prove they are a cousin or daughter or uncle to someone else in their home. It's old-fashioned and invasive, and it's time to change. Please put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as recommended.
Thank you, Rebecca. Next, we have Nick Grossman, Chelsea Castellano, and Maria Colvin. Nick?
Hello, Council. Thank you for demonstrating your respect for Boulder voters by placing the recommended title for the Bedrooms Are for People Act on the 2021 ballot as written and approved by the City Clerk's office. More than 3,500 Boulder voters signed the online petition this year to show their support for this exact ballot language and express their desire to have the electorate vote on this specific question in November. So it's critical that our elected officials uphold the will of the people by maintaining this ballot title as is. For decades, successive city council majorities have proven unwilling to thoughtfully consider solutions that will give all people in Boulder equal opportunity to choose to share housing. The majority of our political representatives have consistently ignored the community's pleas for change and disregarded repeated recommendations from city staff, consultants, boards, and working groups to reform Boulder's home occupancy limits. Fortunately, there is no better way to determine whether or not the majority of Boulder supports equal access to housing than by empowering Boulder voters to consider the merits of the Bedrooms Are for People Act and make this important community decision for ourselves. We all share a common understanding that the current regulatory system is utterly broken and that changes are urgently needed. While no one in Boulder can predict the future, we can all educate ourselves about this ballot measure and understand the implications of the proposed reform as it is currently written. Thank you all for showing that you trust your constituents by approving the ballot title as written based on the Bedrooms Are for People Act that thousands of Boulder voters have signed the petition for. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Next, we have Chelsea Castellano, Maria Colvin, and Theodore Koenig. Chelsea?
Hello, my name is Chelsea Castellano, and I am an organizer of Bedrooms Are for People, a citizen-led ballot initiative that will reform Boulder's exclusionary occupancy laws once the community votes to support it in November's election. As a co-lead of the campaign, I feel as though many people have heard a lot from me on the value of Bedrooms Are for People. But what often gets missed and understated is the value of our amazing team of over 200 volunteers who are some of the most kind, compassionate, and committed people you will ever meet, as you can hear by the testimony you have already heard and will continue to hear. Our proposed measure is made by the people for the people. We are an 100% volunteer-run grassroots campaign. We are renters, homeowners, old, young, parents, single, students, professionals, essential workers, retirees, environmental stewards, bike enthusiasts, library champions, animal lovers, and people who just genuinely love our community and want to make it better for everybody. Our measure, the Bedrooms Are for People Act, is not about bedrooms. It's about who does and does not have access to them. The simple truth is that Boulder will never be an equitable community until all people have equal rights to access housing. We believe that everyone should have the freedom to choose who they can live with, and that the government should not restrict that freedom for people they so wrongly deem to be less valuable members of society. The Bedrooms Are for People Act brings us one step closer to becoming the equitable and welcoming community that we are all striving for. Please put Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as written and enjoy living in a more inclusive community come November. Thanks.
Thank you, Chelsea. Next, we have Maria Colvin, Theodore Koenig, and Mae Thielen. Maria?
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can.
Great. So I support the Bedrooms Are for People ballot initiative, and I ask you to please place it as written on the ballot. And here's why. More people per house, I believe, is not only good for renters and the environment, but it can benefit neighbors as well. I lived in a large house of 7 people from my mid-20s to my mid-30s, which allowed me to afford graduate school and work on my dissertation. And my housemates and I didn't make much money because we were busy volunteering in the community. For example, organizing the neighborhood eco-pass, being a drop-off location for community-supported agriculture, doing outreach for EcoCycle, and housing a precinct captain. So when young people can't afford to live in Boulder, the city loses the energy and the innovation they provide. Boulder no longer has that alternative vibe. Now I'm at the point in my life where my kids are moving away and I'm starting to think about what comes next. And many people in this situation benefit from having the ability to share their homes with others, to have a vibrant household, people to share the costs and people to share the work. It seems remarkably intrusive for local government to say no to these very personal decisions about who I or others choose to live with. What possible business is it of the city councils, whether the people I choose to live with are related to me? In many states, the courts have ruled that cities don't have this ability to discriminate between different types of roommates, overruling the constitutionally protected right to free association. Entire states as diverse as Montana and California don't allow this kind of prohibition. In 1973, a conservative state Supreme Court in Colorado did uphold cities' ability to discriminate against the poor, the elderly.
Thank you, Maria. I'm sorry, your time is up. We appreciate your input.
Okay.
Next, we have Theodore Koenig, Mae Thielen, and David Glover. Theodore?
Hello, can you hear me?
Here we can.
Hi, my name is Ted Koenig and I vote in Boulder. I'm speaking this evening in support of the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure. I'd like to emphasize that this is a long time coming. I started working on this in the fall of 2015. We investigated the law and history of the law and housing in Boulder, and frankly, found a long record of inaction and ineffective action. Stagnation in housing stock, with jobs outspacing housing capacity and rising prices, were already apparent 6 years ago. In fact, reports commissioned by the city made clear that these problems were apparent years before that. As we dug deeper, we found a more poignant problem, which populates this larger economic picture. Tenants tolerating abuse for fear of eviction, neighbors cut off from their neighborhoods for fear of being reported. It was clear that something needed to be done. At the time, I and a colleague, Melissa Ugelo, reached out to all members of council. We also conducted surveys as best we could with limited resources and talked to whoever we could. As I recall, the 4 council people who are still on council from that time all met with us. One of you even suggested that city might take this up in 2017. That has not happened. In the intervening 6 years, we have worked with the city clerk's office and city attorney's office 3 times to craft language for our ballot measure. The substance of our measure has remained largely the same, even as it has become more clear. Our measure is well understood and has broad support, as 3 signature collection campaigns and the recent poll made clear. As Becky Davis already made clear, our opportunity to lead on this has already passed. The 12th hour is not the time to become more involved. The ballot question is clear and well understood by Boulder voters. Please use the ballot title without changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Next, we have Maeve Phelan, David Glover, and Michael Diamond. Maeve?
Apologies, Maeve, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, there we are. I studied real estate finance and then worked in affordable housing. To afford to live in Boulder myself, I have relied on shared housing, first as a renter and then as a homeowner. I want to make the point that sharing housing will always be less expensive than renting a place on one's own. Everyone agrees that we need more affordable housing for low and moderate income workers. I believe that to do this, we need to use every tool available to us. We cannot rely on any one action. For example, inclusionary zoning alone will not provide all the housing we need. Building housing is expensive. Making it affordable always requires some form of public financing. We do, however, have one housing resource that does not involve new construction and does not require taxpayer money. Of course, I'm talking about unused bedrooms. If we allow people to live in them, more people will be housed affordably at no cost to the public. The median cost to share housing will always be cheaper than the median cost of an apartment on one's own. Shared housing is not for everyone, but it is an important tool to increase housing availability in Boulder. I support affordable housing, and therefore I support Bedrooms Are for People. I ask that you place the proposed ordinance on the ballot as written and as recommended by city staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maeve. Next, we have David Glover, Michael Diamond, and Mel Law. David?
I'm no longer seeing David, Sam.
All right, we can move on to Michael Diamond, Mel Law, and Sarah Wise. Michael?
Hello, I'm Michael, and I am a climate scientist over at some of the labs here in Boulder and a resident of North Boulder, although I'm speaking to y'all today in my personal capacity. The newly released report by the UN's climate advisory body shows that our region has much to lose if we allow the world to continue warming. Western North America has already experienced an increase in extreme heat and agriculture and ecological drought due to our actions so far. We are projected to suffer from further increases in heat, drought, heavy rains, and flooding, and fire weather if our inaction allows the world to continue to warm above targets set in the Paris Agreement. Dramatically cutting emissions of greenhouse gases like CO2 as soon as possible is necessary to avoid the worst consequences of climate change, some of which Boulder has already begun to experience. Why is this relevant today? Well, together, buildings and transportation account for almost half of Colorado's heat-trapping CO2 emissions. Bedrooms Are for People's plan to give people more freedom to live together tackles this problem in multiple ways. For just one example, it's much more efficient to heat and cool one house with multiple residents than multiple detached houses with those same people living apart. Splitting the costs of a solar installation or battery array is also a lot more affordable if you have multiple people living in the same abode. And giving people more flexibility in where they live will allow people to live closer to their places of work and leisure. This means less commuting, lower CO2, and as an added bonus, less air pollution, including the ozone that's been plaguing us for days on end recently. Not everyone needs to cohabitate to help halt global warming, but there's no reason at all that we should prevent anyone who would want to take these actions from doing so safely and living as they wish while also protecting the planet. Please place Ordinance 8475 on the ballot exactly as written, as the signature gatherers and voters have said that they wanted it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Mel Law, Sarah Wise, and Morteza Karamzadeh. Mel.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
My name is Mel. I'm an essential worker and I'm in my 30s. I've lived in Boulder for only 3 years so far. When I first moved to Boulder, I did so to be part of a progressive and inclusive community, a place where I could finally heal from the trauma and escape the generational poverty that I was born into. And I could finally find a place where I could belong and thrive as a member of the LGBTQ+ community. Then I learned about the occupancy ordinance, and I saw how it further enabled the obstacles that minorities already face. However, passing Bedrooms Are for People as written, Boulder can finally be that inclusive and progressive community that I was drawn to. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mel. Next, we have Sarah Wise, Morteza Karamzadeh, and Katie Farnan. Sarah?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight and for your service as council members. My name is Sarah Wise. My gender pronouns are she, her, and I am the Director of Nursing for Behavioral Health Services and Chair of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Boulder Community Health. I'm here tonight to encourage the council to bring Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure to the vote as it is written. The benefit of adding this housing option to the other affordable housing efforts that are in process is that this solution, unlike other housing solutions, offers connection. It is concerning to understand how social determinants of health, such as housing instability, affects our health and well-being. Having said that, it is heartbreaking to understand how isolation affects our mental, emotional, and spiritual well-being. As you likely know, isolation, in addition to COVID and racism, is another public health crisis in our country, our county, and our city. Isolation is one of the root causes of the behavioral health crisis we see today. Since 2019, all emergency rooms and hospitals in Boulder County has seen an increase in emergency room visits and hospitalizations for suicide attempts, behavioral health crises, and substance use disorders in all age groups and all genders. The intelligence of Bedrooms Are for People solution is that it not only provides another route to housing stability, but it has connection built in. It is a viable, easy to implement, cost-efficient solution for the citizens of Boulder to continue to consider on election day. Please bring this ballot measure to vote as written, and thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Next, we have Morteza Karamzadeh, Katie Farnan, and Lindsay Swirsky. Morteza.
Good evening. This is Morteza Karamzadeh. I live in Boulder, close to CU's campus. I live here, I work here, and give to this place. I'm an assistant professor at CU Boulder. I speak as a single immigrant and a citizen of the United States and Boulder. Now, we all know in most of Boulder as of now, it's illegal for more than 3 unrelated people to live together. And you would be surprised if you gave your friends a call and told them about this ordinance. I doubt that anyone will come back to you and say, oh, yes, of course, that's reasonable. The current limitations on occupancy are arbitrary, unsustainable, intrusive, restrain personal and community freedom, and help no one. They don't help property owners, not renters, not visitors. Many have spoken here on the merits of this measure, but let's be blunt, there's a minority opposing this measure, and therefore we are talking about it tonight. Some folks are worried about the quality of their lives, thinking that this measure will somehow bring more people in their neighborhoods, thinking that the value of their property may take a hit. Well, the people that you're worried about coming into your neighborhood, they are already there and they're struggling. They're being pushed out. We heard about from them tonight. You know these folks. You may remember folks who left this place, who just had to, who were pushed out. If you think that this occupancy limits will somehow keep this community and town idyllic, I invite folks to just go out, open their windows right now, truly and deeply breathing the air into their lungs. We are all dealing with the direct impacts of climate change now. That is the main threat to the property values in Boulder. Climate change, occupancy limits aggravate that. We can't keep climate change out of our backyards. There can be no idyllic low population Boulder, perfect living conditions, while the rest of the planet burns. Climate change will be in our backyards. We cannot protect the environment. Large houses underoccupied, being chilled in the scorching hot summer days and heated up in harsh winters.
Thank you, Morteza. Thank you, Morteza. I'm sorry your time is up. Appreciate your comments. Next, we have Katie Farnan, Lindsay Swirsky, and Zeb Bice. Katie?
My name is Katie Farnan. I am a homeowner and I support the Bedrooms petition. Ending these outdated discriminatory laws will cost the city nothing, does not require new development, and will decriminalize what's already happening across the city. Boulder has an ongoing legacy of exclusionary housing through zoning and restrictive ordinances, and we can see the residual impacts of that in our community today. School enrollment is on the decline. Boulder's population hovers at around 88% white, which is not reflective of the county or the state or the country. According to a 2014 study on inter-county commute patterns, greater than half of Boulder County's low-income workers drive into the county to work. As to school enrollment, families need to be able to envision building a life here and raising their kids here. As to our demographics, Black, Indigenous, and people of color need to feel that they're welcome here and that there is space for them. And as to our forced commuting patterns, workers should have the option to live where they work if we are going to be a jobs center. And on that note, even when these terrible cloudy, hazy fire days recede, we'll still be dealing with terrible air quality because of these forced commuting patterns and ozone. I'm not suggesting that Bedrooms is going to solve all of these deeply ingrained issues, but it is going to help. It will do that by giving people more options, more flexibility than they have right now, and by decriminalizing something that should never have been prosecutable. That's an amazing step for Boulder, for equity, and frankly, for property rights. The community has spoken on this twice in 2 separate petition cycles, so please approve the Bedrooms measure as written, as the voters wished. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Next, we have Lindsay Swirsky, Zeb Bice, and Kirsten Erkfritz. Lindsay?
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay, great. This is my first time speaking at a city council meeting, so I just want to thank you all for the work you put in to serve Boulder. I'm super fired up about this issue, and I'd love your support in getting the Bedrooms Are for People initiative on the ballot, and I'd love your support in understanding yourselves how important it is and championing the issue along with us. So what I want to say is I'm a Boulderite. I've lived here for 18 years. I own the Boulder Healing Hub, which is a community-based business made up of over 100 self-employed local wellness practitioners. For the past 7 years, I've lived in a 10-bedroom house in North Boulder with my unmarried partner, and we've wanted to have community members live with us in the house because 10 bedrooms and because it's a part of our very Boulder hippie values. But we've been thwarted by the fact that it's illegal to live with people as we wish in the ample space that we have. And what's super crazy is our next door neighbor lives in a house with a 5-car underground garage and a 2-car front garage for a family of 3. So they are allowed to have 7 unrelated cars in their house, but are not allowed to have 7 unrelated people. And now a 9,000 square foot house is being built directly across the street from us with a 9-car underground garage going in. So I want to live with people and not cars. And it's ludicrous that our current laws allow these grotesque houses to be built, filling up these old half-acre ranch lots with mega houses and mega amounts of cars, and not humans. So I would say houses are for humans and bedrooms are for people. I just feel like the time's come. These outmoded housing occupancy laws are going to change. Bedrooms are for people has righteousness and common sense on its side. If you're gonna let my neighbor have 9 cars, please support me and having 9 beloved Boulder housemates.
Thank you, Lindsay. Next, we have Zev Peiss, Kirsten Erkfritz, and Alex Worth. Zev?
Actually, I don't see our next 5 speakers here in the meeting. So that's Zev, Kirsten, Alex, Sarah, and Eric. The next person on the list I see is Lynn Siegel.
Okay, Lynn, you're up. And then after Lynn, we have Macon Coles and Olivia Cecil. Lynn?
Yeah, it's curious, Sam, that you said that that there's no point in discussing the merits of this case because you have to put them on the ballot anyway. So why have anyone be talking anyway? I guess it's because our times are cut to 2 minutes when we have 6 people at open comment. 2 minutes, you got a light night tonight, didn't you, Sam? So let's change the situation, people, I've had 17 people at my house at one time with no complaints for 7 years, no problems on the perimeter of Mapleton Hill. So I should have every reason to want to support this. But guess what? I'm reluctant to support it. And you know why? Because of the electric car elevator. Talk about the garages that Lindsay was talking about, or whatever her name was, since the display's not showing up half the time. It does show with my name. But why the discrepancies? Gosh, where's my glasses? If you include with this a drop in the subsidies to car elevators for 21st and Pearl, and 3rd stories, and no bribes like with the bus stop for energy efficiency, with electric resistive stoves. These are bribes, and you're taking them all the time with planning board, like you did, Sam, before planning board, before council, and this town is building like crazy. Now, I agree with bedrooms are for people, but what I don't agree with is building higher and bigger, and ELUs, efficiency living units. Michael Diamond talked about this. It's much more efficient, and a big household with MARPA-like household.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up.
For MARPA.
Next, we have Macon Coles, Olivia Cecil, and Thomas Rogers. Macon?
Good evening, Council. Thank you for receiving our comments tonight. On my block facing Whittier, where I live, one house was bought up last year for $1.7 million, and we have one person that is living there part-time. It's a pied-à-terre for her. She's from California. 2 houses just around the corner from her, 2 houses around the corner, just sold for $1.8 million, purchased by somebody who also has homes in Florida and California, again for a pied-à-terre, part-time resident in Boulder. Those white condominiums, half a dozen of them across the street from the old hospital on Balsam, $3.5 million each, over 3,000 square feet. And more than half of those half dozen are owned by people who live here only part-time. 2 weeks ago, I met a young man, 41 years old, who has been in Boulder, stayed in Boulder since he graduated from CU. He's an aerospace engineer. In the 20 years since he's graduated, he has been kicked out of housing that he's lived in 3 times because of the occupancy ordinance, with increased enforcement and intrusion into the relationships of the people in his house. He earns nearly $100,000 at an aerospace lab in CU, yet can't afford to purchase housing here. It's really time for this to happen. We need to have bedrooms served for people on the ballot, and we need to approve it. It is really important because we're losing so many people that are important to our community.
Thank you, Macon. We have someone who was teed up earlier who was not here, Pierce Delahunt. So Pierce, if you're ready, you can go. And then after Pierce, we'll have Olivia Cecil and Thomas Rogers. Pierce?
Thank you. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Great. Yeah, so currently, when you have a house that has an infinite n number of bedrooms in it, if you have 4 unrelated people in that house, it is legally considered over-occupied. And I want to push back on the entire frame of what it means to over-occupy something. The idea that a 5-bedroom house cannot have 5 people in it, it seems to me like we are enforcing under-occupation rather than enforcing against over-occupation. We're not talking about like trying to fight against like unsafe conditions here. We're talking about creating a false scarcity. That is what is happening. And of course, that has an extreme benefit for the providers, but this is not supposed to be a government run by the providers. Of course, I have a lot of thoughts about how that happens, but I would rather we do everything we can to provide for people with what we already have. This isn't like we need to make new housing. This is just a bad law, and we can change it, and we can provide more housing by allowing the housing that exists to be accessed. So that to me is a no-brainer. And I have, every bit of understanding of how a law like this gets passed, and I don't know who's complicit on this council with that situation. Whoever is, shame on you. Whoever is open to repealing this and passing bedrooms are for people, I thank you and I express my appreciation for you.
Thank you, Pierce. Your
okay,
time
good.
is up. We appreciate your input. Thanks. Next, we have Olivia Cecil, Thomas Rogers, and Kurt Nordback. Olivia?
Hi, my name is Olivia. I just moved away from Boulder after 6 years living there because it's become so unaffordable to live here. I love the community and I love where I used to live, but the current zoning laws and unrelated for most areas forces young working people out. At 27, I've been working out of college for 4 years now, and I want to share a home with friends. Unfortunately, the city has decided for me that living with friends isn't an option. I don't have family around and I'm not married, so my options for living with people are limited. I lived with 4 roommates in a 5-bedroom house in South Boulder, but when the city threatened to evict us during the pandemic, I couldn't feel comfortable in my community anymore. The inspector came to our house and claimed that a neighbor said there were too many cars parked on the public street. He said that frequent visitors to our house could legally be considered tenants per the city code, and therefore we could be considered overoccupied because of that. He made me feel like he was looking for a reason to evict us and like we were doing something wrong just by living there. Forcing renters to live illegally takes away the comfort that comes with a place to live. I started to be so nervous around our incredibly friendly neighbors that I used to love seeing because I knew that any one of them could decide to report us to the city and we wouldn't be able to live there anymore. Please place bedrooms are for people on the ballot as written. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Olivia. Next, we have Thomas Rogers, Kurt Nordback, and Lila Hickey. Thomas?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Again.
My name is Thomas Rogers, and I'm here to speak in support of Bedrooms Are for People. I've lived in Boulder for 29 years. As the council has indicated that they have no real choices to make about the substance of this measure, I want to speak to the citizens of this city who are trying to keep the people out. The cost of housing is possibly the biggest problem people in this city face. A lot of people who already own homes in Boulder are terrified of the idea of people from the outside moving in and ruining the city with horrible things like noise or traffic or making it more difficult to park. What I want people to understand is that the people who are most affected by the high housing costs are the people who already live here. The rising cost of housing isn't just keeping people from moving in, it's pushing people out. Young people and even older people who have lived in Boulder for most or all of their lives can't afford to stay here. They're being squeezed out and pushed away. My 3 siblings all had to leave town due to the cost of living here. My high school clique of 9 people, same story, I'm the only one left. These are people from affluent families finding that it's not financially feasible for them to live here. And as a result, Boulder is undergoing a mass exodus of its youth. Those who want to preserve Boulder's character or culture should be striving to make it easier to live here, and the Bedrooms Are for People measure will help make that happen. Otherwise, the people who grew up here will have no option but to leave. And every home is going to be sold to a new out-of-towner who thinks that Boulder is a bargain compared to San Francisco. And for those of you fighting to keep people out, please consider who it is that you're actually pushing away. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Next, we have Kurt Nordback, Lila Hickey, and Mary Street. Kurt?
Hi, Kurt Nordback. Thank you for taking our comments. We hope you understand how important it is for people's voices to be heard on this issue. Most of the focus around Bedrooms Are for People has been on its benefits for housing affordability. And a room in shared housing is the most affordable market rate option available in the city, which is why both I and the woman who has since become my wife lived in shared houses when we were younger. In fact, it's what allowed us to live in Boulder and subsequently meet and get married. In reality, many of the houses that bedrooms would affect are already occupied above the legal limit. You know how it works. It's a 4-bedroom house and only 3 tenants are on the lease, but there's an implicit understanding that if they get a 4th housemate, the landlord won't object. And we have data from Zillow that indicates that standard procedure. The problem is there are thousands of those additional housemates in Boulder, and they have no legal rights or responsibilities. They're subject to eviction at any time due to city enforcement or the whims of the landlord. Not being on the lease, they have no legal recourse if the landlord treats them unfairly or violates their rights. And they have none of the legal responsibilities expressed in the lease or in law. So to me, and as shown by the powerful testimony you've heard tonight, Bedrooms is mostly about housing justice. That's why I'm urging you to adopt Ordinance 8475 as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. Next, we have Lila Hickey, Mary Street, and Joy Road. Lila?
Good evening, council and staff. My name is Lila Hickey. I am a resident of North Boulder. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the ordinance put forth by Bedrooms Are for People. Long before I moved to Boulder, I was aware of the city's progressive reputation. But as a transit enthusiast, I was likewise aware of an ugly truth about Boulder. Boulder has a commuter problem. The city's own data showed that by 2018, 58% of the more than 150,000 jobs in the city were staffed by commuters. Doing the math for you, that's nearly 90,000 people a day traveling into and out of Boulder, primarily in single occupancy vehicles. So why do people commute to work in Boulder? Maybe some of them truly enjoy living in Longmont. But census data also shows that the number of low-income job holders commuting into the city increases every year, even though the number of low-income jobs is roughly static. All that to say what anyone who has lived in Boulder already knows. The city is unaffordable, and it becomes more so every year. Now, I hope that everyone in this room loses sleep thinking about the impact of climate change. And I hope that we spend that time thinking about how we can halt and, to the extent possible, reverse that damage. Transportation is the single largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the United States today. Not oil and gas, not cattle ranching, driving motor vehicles. Allowing people who work in Boulder to occupy housing that already exists in Boulder is an incredibly low effort change to facilitate reduced commuter traffic, reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, bringing us closer to meeting our master transportation plan goals, and doing some small piece of our part to slow climate change. I urge Council to place Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as written. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lila. Next, we have Mary Street, Joy Rhodey, and Ray Bamba. Mary?
I don't see Mary on the list, Sam, and this is just a reminder to all of our community members if your name does not match the name that you registered, I won't know it's you to unmute you. So please check your name as it appears and let me know if it needs changing. Thank you. So we should go on to Joy.
Oh.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Joy Rhodey. I'm a Boulder resident. And while Bedrooms Are for People has met the criteria to be put on the ballot, I think there would be significant unintended consequences from passing the measure as it stands. While I agree with the desire to create affordable rentals, I actually lived in kind of a nightmarish 5 people and 3 bedroom Boulder situation in grad school. Bedrooms Are for People is completely uncapped. There's no limit to how many houses in a neighborhood could shift to buy the bedroom rental units. And there's no cap to the number of units a house could offer. Given Boulder's approach to grandfathering, I think once the genie is out of this bottle, we're going to be stuck with these repercussions. Homeownership for young families and low and middle income citizens has become less attainable each year in Boulder. And these few affordable neighborhoods that remain where citizens have been invested in building a community for themselves and their children are at risk if BAFP passes. So why are they at risk? Because the number of rentable bedrooms increases, the total profit that can be made off of a single family home increases, and thus the price of single family homes will rise. In fact, this is exactly what happened in Austin as occupancy limits were removed. The amount of rent a house could bring was significantly raised, shifting the ROI for commercial real estate investors and pricing low and middle income home buyers out of the market. And while the non-investment property owner proponents of BAFP that we've heard from tonight think that rents will go down, they're not going to, because Boulder was yet again voted as the best place to live. There's just an inelastic demand. Unless they think that BAFP is going to be a good thing for these renters, they better hope there's no economic uncertainty in their future, because unlike local landlords who may use property as a nest egg, large commercial landlords like those funding BAFP have no problem evicting tenants undergoing hardship. And the Washington Post recently reported on evictions by commercial real estate mega landlords such as Invitation Homes during COVID. By placing BAFP on the ballot as it stands, we ignore the interests of the homeowners and long-term renters who have invested their lives and often their life savings in their neighborhoods, and those who hope to someday become homeowners in Boulder themselves.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Joy. Next, we have Ray Bamba, Hope Mickelson, and Lisa Nelson. And from my notes, I think Ray has a presentation.
Sure, thank you for letting me talk. My name is Ray Bamba and I live in Boulder. And I, like most other people in Boulder, are deeply concerned about the inequity that exists in Boulder's housing. And what's particularly troublesome about this ballot measure is that it clearly will make matters worse if you think about the economics of it. As we all know, we live in a town that has 25% of the market as students. The market for rooms in high occupancy houses is overwhelmingly comprised of students. So if we want to know what will happen if this measure passes, we need to look at the student housing market and we need to think about what it means to continue converting houses that were formerly occupied by non-students to student housing. So according to the National Housing Institute, quote, in all types of markets, student housing raises the cost of rentals. Moreover, they say in strong markets like Boulder's, student housing creates another competing use for limited affordable single family homes and can result in displacement of lower income households. Whether we like it or not, we have to accept the reality that we live in a town where student market drives certain segments of the housing, and this measure will drive up rental costs and thus disproportionately hurt the people who are the most disadvantaged in our community. And by having a huge incentive to convert houses to rentals, this will clearly make it more difficult for families to buy a house. Next slide, please. How much will prices increase? 39%. If we look at the 12-month sales in a neighborhood between the high occupancy region and the low occupancy region. 39% is an enormous difference that everybody needs to be worried about and should be worried about. Families can definitely not compete with that. So next slide, please. If we're concerned about equity, you might ask, why are we talking about home ownership? Well, because in our country.
Thank you, Ray. I'm sorry your time is up, but you can certainly email us your presentation to council@bouldercolorado.gov. Thank you. Next, we have Hope Mickelson, Lisa Nelson, and Stephen Bross. Hope.
Hi, my name is Hope Michelson, and I'm a Boulder resident, associate professor who studies combustion and climate science. I've been working in promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion for over 20 years, and I'm very concerned about the impact that Bedrooms for People will have on our city. There is a common misconception that this measure represents progressive housing policy. On the contrary, this measure is very regressive, meaning that it disproportionately hurts low and middle income residents. We obviously need to solve the housing affordability problem, but BAFP will not help and will cause great harm to our city. Studies have shown that such measures lead to higher rents and higher house prices. Denver recently completed a 3-year study to address their housing shortage equitably and concluded the expansion of BAFP-like scenarios would lead to increased housing costs and displacement of vulnerable populations. They implemented policy that prohibits or disincentivizes expansion of rent-by-the-room housing, investor acquisitions of homes, and subdivisions of existing houses. Thus, after a study of data from 40 cities and involvement from all stakeholders, they dismissed the BAFP approach as inequitable housing policy and implemented measures to prevent it. The outcome would be even worse for us because Boulder is a college town with an insatiable demand for high occupancy housing and students who are willing to pay much higher rents than possible for long-term residents. All the neighborhoods are interconnected through the housing market, and all neighborhoods will experience a rise in prices, some worse than others. BAFP would disproportionately harm Black, Indigenous people of color, and LGBTQ plus residents of Boulder. BIPOC groups statistically fall in lower income brackets nationally, and according to Out Boulder County, the Boulder LGBTQ plus community is statistically closer to the poverty line than the general population. Increasing housing costs through BAFP would disproportionately displace BIPOC and LGBTQ plus members of our community. Out Boulder and other groups have been misled by the measure's proponents into thinking that BAFP would lower housing costs rather than raise them. Please fight against housing policies that further disadvantage low-income and vulnerable populations. If this passes, please consider
Thank you, Hope. I'm sorry your time is up. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Adeline Fury, Anna Fernandez-Frank, and Ryan Bonick. Adeline?
Hello. My name is Adeline Fury, and I own a house at 19th and Iris in North Boulder. I'm a member of the queer community, and I support Bedrooms Are for People, and I think it would very much help our community, contrary to what was just said. Anyway, while I own a house now, I spent 7 years as a PhD student here in Boulder, living and renting. For 5 of those 7 years, I was living in violation of the occupancy laws as they are currently written. The majority of my fellow graduate students also lived in violation of this law out of necessity due to our low salaries. We found and filled 5 to 6 bedroom homes with 5 to 6 unrelated people instead of leaving those bedrooms foolishly empty. Those of us who did not want to share homes joined the thousands of Boulder in-commuters clogging the roads every day, seeking more affordable rentals in surrounding cities. The Bedrooms Are for People initiative would help the graduate students of Boulder. It will also reduce Boulder's contribution to climate change by reducing the number of people that need to in-commute to Boulder each day because this city is too expensive to live in. I support graduate students, and therefore I support Bedrooms Are for People. I ask you to place the proposed ordinance on the ballot as written and as recommended by city staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Adeline. Next, we have Anna Fernandez-Frank, Ryan Bonick, and Joel Loomis. Anna?
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Anna Fernandez-Frank, and I live in Boulder.
I'm here on behalf of EFA, Emergency Family Assistance Association in Boulder, as Public Policy and Community Outreach Coordinator to express EFA's support for the proposed Bedrooms Are for People ballot initiative. Family homelessness is a critical, yet oftentimes invisible issue in our community. About 200 school-aged children in Boulder City schools experience homelessness each year. When families lose their homes, the most common solution is to double up with another family in a home. In Boulder's high-cost housing environment, where the average rent for a two-bedroom apartment is over $2,000 a month, the ability to double up with another family is critical to preventing local family homelessness. This also allows them to share other fixed costs like utilities or internet service and support each other with childcare and other practical matters, especially after life-altering events like loss of employment or divorce. However, in most of Boulder, it's currently illegal for more than 3 unrelated people to live together. These occupancy limits defy the occupancy standards recommended in the Fair Housing Act and disproportionately affect low-income residents of the city, including those we serve at EFA. Our average EFA participant spends over 70% of their income in housing expenses. So these proposed changes in occupancy limits have the potential of significantly reducing their housing costs. Because of how currently city occupancy limits puts children, family, and low-income individuals at risk of further homelessness and housing insecurity, the board of directors at EFA endorses Bedrooms Are for People and its inclusion in the November 2021 election. Thank you for your time and attention.
Your Honor. Next, we have Ryan Bonick, Joel Loomis, and Michael Parrish. Ryan?
Hi, Council. My name is Ryan Bonick. I'm a renter in Boulder, and I've had the immense pleasure to volunteer with Bedrooms Are for People this year. Plenty of our other volunteers have already said a ton, so I'll try and keep this short. Occupancy limits have a, let's say, questionable past. Many were specifically written to exclude large cohabiting families, commonly immigrants, people of color, and or lower income earners. The Fair Housing Act amendment in 1988 expressly banned families from those occupancy limits, but the legacy of the law lives on, banning non-traditional families from legally inhabiting a home together. While bedrooms doesn't go as far as the federal housing recommended occupancy limits of 2 people per bedroom, I am proud of the work we have done to get this on the ballot, but also would ask that y'all just skip the wait and simply adopt the petition as written. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have Joel Loomis, Michael Parrish, and RJ Boyle. Joel?
Hi, everyone. My name's Joel Loomis. I'm a student at CU Boulder. I was a cashier at King Soopers in South Boulder, and I'm a resident of the city of Boulder for the past 3 years. In the past, since the shooting at my workplace on March 22nd, I've actually worked with some of you to pass some gun control bills in the Colorado General Assembly. But another thing that I learned working at King Soopers was that most of my coworkers did not live in the same city that they worked in. Boulder is simply too expensive, and making a $12 minimum wage makes finding affordable housing almost impossible. So most of my coworkers, along with tens of thousands of Boulderites, are forced to make the daily commute from the surrounding Denver area where you can find affordable housing. I myself have lived overoccupied as I worked at King Soopers and attended CU Boulder. It's the only way that I could find to live to afford in the city of Boulder. I think that increasing occupancy limits would allow for more low-income households to live and work in Boulder. And I'd ask you to help to make housing more affordable and to decriminalize those who must live overoccupied to afford housing by placing Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as it's written. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Next, we have Michael Parrish, RJ Boyle, and Ryan Schuchard. Michael?
Hello, thank you very much for taking comments for so long. I don't have much to add besides all of what everyone has said to support putting Bedrooms Are for People onto the ballot as written. I appreciate everyone's time and commitment to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have RJ Boyle, Ryan Schuchard, and Lisa Spalding. RJ?
Hello, thank you. My name is RJ. I'm an attorney and environmental planner in Boulder, and I'm the co-lead for a new campaign, Boulders for People, a pro-people, pro-housing campaign supporting city council candidates running for election this year. I wanted to tell you my story about living in Boulder. When I moved here 4 years ago, as an associate attorney, my entry-level salary didn't meet my needs to live in Boulder and cover my law school loans. To make things work, I lived overoccupied to stay secure. I now watch junior coworkers in my current workspace drain out of the city for similar reasons. They are middle income, advanced degree graduates who can't live here because the limits of the current occupancy law make it difficult for them to live alone unsupported. The new campaign, Boulders for People, envisions a city where all Boulderites can find a place to call home regardless of race, age, gender identity, economic status, physical ability, what have you. We're committed to increasing housing opportunities, expanding safe and effective transit, increasing economic vitality, and escalating initiatives to combat climate change and achieve racial justice. Bedrooms Are for People, as written, is a critical step toward realizing this mission. This measure will increase housing stock and reduce strain on vulnerable Boulderites living on the brink of eviction and homelessness. It will increase more affordable, flexible, and creative housing arrangements for those most affected by the occupancy limit as written currently, and will keep talent here in Boulder for the benefit of employers and employees alike. This measure will reduce the impacts of people commuting to Boulder, as many have mentioned, which in turn impacts our abilities to curb climate change. Reducing occupancy limits is not a panacea to the growing pains Boulder is facing, but this ballot measure is written opens doors for our neighbors, Boulderites of all backgrounds, to secure and retain a place to call home, and it helps us grow into a more just and equitable Boulder. Please place this measure on the ballot as written, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, RJ. Next, we have Ryan Schuchard, Lisa Spalding, and Michelle Considine. Ryan?
Good evening, council members. My name is Ryan Schuchard. I'm a Boulder resident who's lived here for about a year and a half. I'm also a member of the Transportation Advisory Board, but today speaking on behalf of my family, which includes my spouse and our 2 small kids. I support Bedrooms Are for People and placing it on the ballot as written, and just want to tell a story about what it means to me. I've been working professionally on greenhouse gas mitigation for about 15 years, and we know that transportation is nearly 30% of climate pollution, both nationally and in Boulder. It's clear from the science that to tackle that pollution, we need to reduce passenger vehicle miles traveled by making it easy, safe, and fun to ride bikes and walk and to use public transportation. So how do we do it? Well, it takes a lot of supply and demand measures, but one of the top things of all is to simply allow more people to live in closer proximity to one another and to where they need to go. This is the #1 thing that will enable residents to not need to use a car, to make biking and walking their first choice, to increase utilization of public transportation while at the same time more potential for local taxes and user fees to expand public transportation services, and to work against the sprawl which causes inbound commuters who clog the streets. The measure at hand with Bedrooms Are for People does this in a very common sense way. It deletes an outdated prohibition on people living together in buildings which are already built for humans to live in. By doing this, what we get is significantly more supply of legal housing overnight without building a single thing. What does it mean in practice? For renters, thousands of more rental rooms available, and which landlords are now competing with on price. It's a simple fact of microeconomics, which tells us that more supply will put downward pressure on rental prices and expand access to the availability of rental housing. For business owners, it means more customers living near shops, and for parents, it means more families and residents to make the school system stronger. And all of this while giving the people who want to call Boulder home a better base of resources for transportation alternatives to cars that can make a serious impact against climate change. I ask you to please place Bedrooms Are for People on the ballot as written. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, we have Lisa Spalding, Michelle Considine, and Brian Bowen. Lisa.
The Bedrooms Are for People supporters worked hard to collect the requisite number of signatures and have earned the right to put their initiative before voters. However, I hope everyone will take a closer look at the unintended consequences before they vote. The occupancy memo presented to City Council last month in response to this initiative states that staff primarily focused on single-family housing and did not research multifamily housing. That's because this initiative focuses on houses in single-family neighborhoods. The municipal code has a broad definition of functional families that includes committed couples of any sex, their extended families, and 2 boarders in single-family neighborhoods. Boulder has welcomed families of all kinds with open arms, but the cost of housing is pushing them out. The Bedrooms Initiative will squeeze out even more families by creating a rent by the bedroom plus one market. Last year, Boulder ranked first in the country for the youngest renter population. 65% of Boulder renters are between the ages of 18 and 23. Of course, most of them are among the approximately 24,000 students. Out-of-state investors are already buying single-family homes to convert to rentals, and they are being encouraged by this. It's a lucrative student market. Families wishing to buy or rent a house with a yard where the children can play with neighboring children and walk or bike to school will not be able to compete with deep-pocketed investors, wealthy student renters, and young single professionals. Some students stay in Boulder after graduation, and more young single professionals are coming for jobs. If they are taking up the homes families need, instead of the large number of old and new apartments, they too will have to leave Boulder if they want to start a family. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Next, we have Michelle Considine, Brian Bowen, and Claudia Team. I believe Michelle has a presentation according to my notes. Michelle, you are up.
Sam, I don't see Michelle in the meeting. I do have two people on the phone who I've reached out to by text to try to get their names. So I encourage those two folks to text me back so I know who you are and can unmute you if you are on the registration list. But at this point, I don't see Michelle.
Let's move on to Brian then.
Brian, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, figuring this out. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you guys' time tonight. Brian Bowen, ex-planning board fellow, and supporter of Bedrooms Are for People. There have been so many great comments tonight. And I'll just try to make a few quick points and be brief. I think, allowing folks, the number one way to improve residential energy usage in Boulder is to let people live in the already built and already conditioned bedrooms that we have. The number one way to get people out of cars is to have walkable neighborhoods that are populated enough to support frequent mass transit. The easiest first step in addressing the housing crisis locally is to let people sleep in the bedrooms we already have built. Over my years of being an architect in this town, I've had dozens and dozens of calls from well-meaning folks who want to, have 2 or 3 couples live together in a small collective environment in an existing house. And I've always had to tell them, like, no, you can't do that. That's not legal here. And then explain why it is. And it's hard to find a good reason for that when you're talking to people who just want to do a little bit of a, micro co-housing or co-living kind of environment. So, everyone, please just support the Bedrooms Are for People proposal as is written, and Godspeed.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we have Claudia Team, Cora Goldman, and Lincoln Miller. Claudia?
Hi, good evening, members of council. My name is Claudia Hansen-Thiem. I live in North Boulder. It feels really good to have the Bedrooms Are for People organizers here as a formality tonight after they had to come asking this council for a lifeline last year. It's been a long road for this campaign and an even longer one for this issue. Restrictive occupancy limits are an economic, environmental, and social justice issue, and shared housing has been on the short list of reforms proposed by activists and city working groups for longer than the 14 years I've been a resident of this city. In many ways, I'm an unlikely person to stump for this cause. I'm too old, I'm too white, I'm too middle class, I'm too straight nuclear family homeowning set in my ways to be bothered. But the Bedrooms people are my people, and I am theirs. In another life, I might be struggling to live here, chafing against housing rules that enforce the consumptive norms and family structures of a bygone era. And in yet other lives, some of them actually lived in years gone by, many of the folks wary of this change might have struggled with housing too. If you recognize an earlier version of yourself in any of the stories told here tonight, then the Bedrooms people are your people too. The group of organizers and volunteers that are finally bringing occupancy limits to the ballot are some of the best neighbors we have. They are engaging residents and elevating voices that are rarely heard in municipal politics. They may be new names in these now virtual meeting spaces, but they are very much of, for, and by the people. And Bedrooms Are for People is Boulder Pure. It's a grassroots campaign for justice, for sustainability, and for simpler lives. These are community values in Boulder, and they deserve, finally, a chance to be affirmed. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. Next, we have Aura Goldman, Lincoln Miller, and Eva Hamer. Aura?
Okay, hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome, thank you. I'm Aura Goldman. I'm a business owner and homeowner here in North Boulder. My large family home is on the corner of Delwood and 10th Street near North Boulder Park. So much has been said already, so I just wanted to add one more point of support for this measure. Currently, I only know of one legal way to elevate occupancy of a home, which is the Boulder Co-op Initiative passed in 2016. As you know, it is very limited, only allowing up to 12 co-ops a year. I succeeded in converting my family home with a group of wonderful activists into an activist housing co-op under the Boulder Co-op Initiative after my kids grew up and left home in 2018. The good news is that we succeeded in creating a warm, kind environment of people who want to make a difference for social justice, animal justice, and climate change. But this way of doing it was just too hard. The amount of legwork and paperwork needed to become a legal entity and qualify as a co-op has been a distraction from our purpose. There are many reasons people choose to be lower income, and it is often very noble. I support Bedrooms Are for People to allow more homeowners to be able to easily share their homes and create awesome world-changing environments. Thank you.
Thank you, Aura. Next, we have Lincoln Miller, Eva Hamer, and we will end with Alexander Sage. Lincoln.
Okay, good evening, City Council. First off, I just want to thank you for putting the Bedrooms Are for People measure on the ballot. And the Boulder Housing Coalition is very proud to join groups like EFA and Out Boulder in endorsing the Bedrooms Are for People ballot measure. As you know, we believe very passionately in sharing housing. So when we did our own professional engineering study, we found that co-opers that share housing are using 1/3 the per capita energy of other Colorado residents. So that's very powerful. So we would like to enable more of this kind of sharing across the city. So many folks worked so hard to create this very small carve out that works just for co-ops. So it's super fitting actually that we would go after Aura, because I want to back up what she said. As your expert cooperative housing organization for the city, there's this one way for folks to share using the co-op ordinance, and it's incredibly difficult for groups to use, and it's costly to set up. This would be much simpler to do and would create a much greater impact across the city. The sharing would create more sustainability, more affordability, and create more community. And the other critical thing that it would do it would decriminalize sharing for low-income folks. So thank you for putting this on the ballot.
Thank you, Lincoln. Next, we have Eva Hamer and Alexander Sage. Eva?
Hi, good evening. My name is Eva Hamer. I live in Boulder and I run a nonprofit here. I wanted to speak in support of Bedrooms Are for People. As many other people have said, a lot of people are already living in violation of the current restrictions, and these people have housing insecurity simply by virtue of a regressive law that punishes being poor, having a non-traditional family structure, or simply wanting to live in community with friends. The current limits are explicitly discriminatory and immoral. I urge you to place bedrooms are for people on the ballot as written. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eva. And we will end with Alexander Sage.
Hi. Yes, I'd just like to, as the last person, kind of summarize what we can know from the fact that we're here and Bedrooms for People has continued to push this campaign year over year and collect thousands upon thousands of signatures from Boulder community members. And the fact that we're here at 10:15 at night with people, dozens of people chiming in on how much they care about this issue and how much this issue aligns with values that I'm sure all of you, because I've read all of your bios, claim to support in terms of inclusiveness and being environmentally friendly, that the arguments in support of bedrooms strongly align with these values that everyone claims to support. And the fact that we're here at this moment means that proper action, sufficient action hasn't been taken by Boulder leadership preemptively. And so the citizens needed to take it upon themselves to do the work to create the issue and get the issue passed amongst ourselves. And would just appreciate and encourage any Boulder leadership to try to think ahead of the citizens so that you can enact policies that we would appreciate before we have to go through and create and enact the policies on our own accord. And so thank you for hearing us, and thank you for hearing me in that plea to try to be progressive and preemptively pass policies that your citizens would appreciate before we have to do it on our own.
Thank you, Alexander. And with that, we will bring the public hearing to a close, bring this back to council, and I see a hand from Aaron.
I'll just go ahead and make a motion if that's all right.
Works for me.
So I'll move that we adopt ordinance 8475, submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Boulder at the municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. The question submitted as an initiated ordinance, whether the city of Boulder shall expand access to housing by allowing all housing units to be occupied by a number of people equal to the number of legal bedrooms plus one additional person per home, provided that relevant health and safety codes are met, setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
Thank you, Aaron. Is there a second?
Second what he said.
Super, we have a motion and a second. Aaron, would you like to speak to your motion?
Mark, you didn't repeat every word of that? Well, this is a required action on our part because of the submission of signatures by the petitioners. But I do also want to thank everyone for their moving testimony in favor of housing equity and accessibility and sustainability tonight. That's it.
All right. Any other discussion by council? Seeing none, I believe this is a roll call vote. Alicia?
Yes, sir, it is. And we will start with Councilmember Yates.
Yes.
Young?
Yes.
Brockett?
Aye.
Friend?
Yes.
Joseph?
Aye.
Nagel?
Aye.
Swetlick?
Yes.
Wallach?
Aye.
And Weaver.
Aye.
Mayor, ordinance 8475 was adopted unanimously.
Excellent, thank you. And what do we have next?
Item 5C, our last public hearing on tonight's agenda, and that is second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8480, submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Boulder at the general municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November the 2nd, 2021. The question submitted as an initiative ordinance initiated ordinance, whether the city of Boulder shall prohibit the sale and manufacture for sale of certain fur products, setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
Hello again. This is the one measure where the Committee of Petitioners has suggested a change to the question. They are requesting that council add the word animal in front of fur, just to clarify what types of fur are being addressed here. If council wants to do that, it should do that by emergency. Otherwise, the original title that was approved by the city clerk is, I think, clear in explaining what that we're talking about fur products and not some other kind of product.
Okay, thank you, Luis. Council, any questions for Luis or discussion of the proponent's request before we go to the public hearing? Great, seeing none. With that, we will turn to the public hearing on this item. We have 5 speakers, so each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Our first 3 speakers are Lynn Siegel, Ava Hamer, and Alexander Sage. Lynn.
No riders on this one, but you needed riders on the last one and you blew it. You blew it, guys. What you needed to do was you needed to say that there's only one, that the landlord could only have 1 or 2 houses, but not more than that. You guys blew it, on newer managed. What did that mean? On newer, you defanged that project by exempting Boulder Housing Partners, which you should not have. And Tom Carr pulled that off before he left town. But with the last one, you needed to do some things. With this one, it's pretty simple. Yeah, of course, we don't want fur products. No sweat. But, do the right thing. Figure things out. It's so intuitive about bedrooms are for people. What needs to be done? Something needs to be done with the hill, because the hill is the whole problem that drives up housing costs all over Boulder. So you do something with the hill. You say that it's exempt in the hill, or in particular neighborhoods that you want to, or something. No discussion, nothing. Where is everybody? Is anyone home? And then half the time, the people's name is not up on the display. I have a brand new computer, Brenda Rittenauer. I can see that one time the name is up there and another time it's not. And I'll look on the tape and I'll see that, yes, it isn't on some of the identifiers on some of the people. What do? Personally choose? I don't want to show this person. I mean, come on, these are basics. Do your job, people. And yeah, go for the fur thing. I had 5 cats. Of course, we don't need fur products. It's so archaic. Done.
Len. Next, we have Ava Hamer, Alexander Sage, and Brent Johannes. Ava.
Hi, good evening. This is Eva Hamer. I live in Boulder and I run a nonprofit here. Wish I could say it as succinctly. Of course, we don't want fur products. I think 200 years ago, it would have been maybe normal, maybe acceptable to think that animals were automatons whose experiences didn't really matter. Scientific consensus right now is that animals do feel. Animals are capable of all the same emotions that humans are. They can feel pain, fear, joy, loss, and are just like us in every single way that matters. Animals used for fur are treated terribly, even as far as farming goes, living in the same cage their entire lives, showing so many stereotypic behaviors, running around in circles, self-mutilation. Boulder is a city of animal lovers, people who love their dogs and cats and take them everywhere. Anyone who's met a dog or cat and loved one knows that animals are capable of a huge range of emotion and don't deserve to die for such a frivolous and unnecessary reason as fur. Given that this measure has no economic impact on Boulder, there is no reason that the council can't accept the language as offered and pass it immediately into law without putting it on the ballot. Again, harming animal for unnecessary and frivolous reason as for is atrocious and not modern. And Boulder can be a leader along with California and many European countries in making a stand against fur and against cruelty to all animals. I noticed that Boulder has a particularly progressive animal policy that we don't call animals owned, but call the humans who care for them guardians. And in line with such a progressive stance on animals, I would encourage the council to support animals who are killed for their fur as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eva. Next, we have Alexander Sage, Brent Johannes, and Aura Goldman. Alexander.
Yes, thank you. I would first like to start off by addressing the fact that we requested changes at this point in the process. The changes are not substantial. They would not in any way contradict the main substantive points that the residents of Boulder and the 5,000 people in the Boulder community signed on to support. They merely are changes to the text that simply make it more succinct and thorough. The grassroots group that wrote the original text and collected all of the signatures did the best that we could based on the resources that we had, but the many lawyers at the Humane Society reviewed the text recently and recommended those very minor and technical changes that, again, are not substantive to what the act would actually prevent or change. Speaking of what it would prevent or change, there are no fur stores in Boulder. There are no major stores that sell a lot of fur. There are no stores that rely on fur sales. There is no economic impact or political ill will or reason to consider not supporting something like this passing and to just allow the changes that we recommended. And about fur in general, and as it relates to what we started this meeting talking off of, with a very large conversation around the pandemic. COVID-19 has been found on minks in more than 400 farms in more than 10 countries, United States including in North America. Millions of minks have been killed because they have been infected with different strains of the coronavirus. In one of these farms, they actually noticed that a mutation was brought about because of the spread of the coronavirus on that fur farm. So we know, based on lots of other evidence from people that are much better versed in this than I am, and I would be happy to give you that supplementary information as I started to email all of you, that references people that study the spread of zoonotic diseases, supporting the concept that these do spread, multiply, mutate, and start in concentrations of animals like fur farms. And it could be the next pandemic. It could be the mutation of this pandemic. I just want to make sure that everyone understands the link between what we talked about at the beginning of the meeting and fur farming and industrial animal agriculture. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Alexander. Our last two speakers are Brent Johannes and Aura Goldman. Brent.
Brent, you should be able to unmute.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I know it's been a long meeting. I appreciate you hearing us out. So as a committee member of the Humane Clothing Act, I would like to take this time to urge the City Council to consider some small changes to the measure being placed on the ballot. We are confident with the measure as it exists, but with advice from a legal team from the Humane Society, we have identified some small parts that could be improved upon. These changes include the addition of a findings clause, which only provides more context and doesn't change the substance of the initiative. In addition, I would like to propose some minor word changes to the existing text, just to provide more clarity. If the council is not willing to consider the previously requested changes, I would like to propose an even less substantial alternative that was previously requested, as we are responding to feedback that was already received from some of the council members on this matter. We believe the people of Boulder want to have the most clearly written laws, and the proposed changes make this legislation more clear and better reflect the intent of the legislation and what will ultimately be the intention of the people of Boulder. I urge you to consider making these amendments to the measure to be placed on the ballot. And I would also like to say, as someone who collected over 1,000 signatures for this petition, I have done a lot of speaking with the people of Boulder on this issue, and I can attest to the fact that the majority of the people who I spoke with recognize that the fur industry is outdated and completely unnecessary in the city of Boulder. The majority of residents of Boulder believe that animals deserve greater protections than what our current legal system provides for. And the majority of the residents of Boulder wish to see more lawmakers taking an initiative in advancing legislation meant to reduce animal suffering, including passing the Humane Clothing Act. The majority of the residents of Boulder are appalled by the conditions which animals in fur farms are raised in, as more than 95% of fur products come from fur farms where animals are kept in small cages and are killed in particularly inhumane ways as to preserve the condition of the fur. These practices are not in alignment with the values of the residents of this city. Many state and local governments have passed similar legislation. California banned the sale of fur products in 2019. And just last night, the City Council of Ann Arbor, Michigan unanimously passed a law almost identical to this law being proposed to ban the sale of fur products. For all these reasons, I urge the City Council to consider proposed amendments and to pass the Humane Clothing Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And finally, we have Aura Goldman.
Hello, thank you for hearing me again. I'm Aura Goldman, a business owner and homeowner here in Boulder. I appreciate you staying well into the night to hear what we want to share with you. And one of the things that we care about deeply, my purpose in speaking here at this time of night as the last speaker here is to get more attention in general on what I think is a very important issue of animal protection. I would love if you, as our representatives, take some time to learn more about issues related to animals and put the intersection of animal to human issues more in the limelight. In particular, I'd like to speak in favor of the Humane Clothing Act for these simple reasons. First, because fur farming is inhumane. The nature of what the animals experience is too graphic and horrible for me to speak about out loud. I suggest the movie, The Ghosts in Our Machine, as a way of seeing the animals and how much they suffer. And what we've learned is that humane treatment of animals is referenced several times in the Boulder revised laws and in the Boulder revised code, and it's a core value of Boulder residents. The second reason I support this is because there's a great and harmful environmental impact from the toxins used by the fur industry and the feeding and confinement of animals for fur. This is not eco-friendly. Banning fur is consistent with the commitments of the City of Boulder to environmental sustainability. Thirdly, I don't believe it to be controversial. From our research, there are no businesses in Boulder who currently sell fur. Even large national corporations like Macy's and Urban Outfitters have already proactively banned fur. The only stores that may sell used fur, such as thrift and consignment stores, are accepted from this ballot measure. Lastly, I would like to be proud of Boulder for joining with those who have already stood up to ban fur, which includes the entire state of California, Israel, and 20 countries in the EU. In some cities and states, the council is able to approve a measure without submitting it to the ballot, especially for non-controversial measures. In fact, I believe that California did so with their fur ban. And I don't really understand the rules here. I heard you say that you've been advised not to do that. what would allow you to simply bring this measure into law? I believe that would be a strong statement and a testimony of your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. With that, we will bring the public hearing to a close. Turn back to council. Comments, questions, motion. Rachel.
I have a couple of questions. One, I think we heard from a retailer that at least one business would be impacted by this. I didn't know if Luis maybe had information on that, or the petitioners. Will there be any businesses impacted by this law? Is the first. And then second, I'm just wondering, historically, I understand that the changes requested are being described as not substantive, but it did look like a lot. And so I'm just wondering, do we tend to make that volume of changes to petitions at this juncture? So Louise, I'll put that at least number 2 over to you.
Right, I'll definitely start with number 2. Excuse me, it's really, at this point in the process, it's very difficult to start over and have new ballot language. And we're not, the change that I was bringing to you from the group was a change to the ballot title, not changes to the actual ordinance. I know that the groups had reached out to council and asked if there was any interest in passing a revised version of the ordinance or putting a revised version of the ordinance on the ballot, but there weren't any takers as far as advancing that. And so under that scenario, what the charter provides is that the measure that was actually signed by the signers of the petition is what should go on the ballot. And if you wanted to change it, it would have been done, at the last meeting where you discussed this, or some previous meeting, and this is would be second reading of that. So it's kind of late in the process to do that. So what we're recommending with the ordinance is to just pass the version that was actually circulated for signatures, and whether you want to change the ballot title is up to council. But and as to the first question, I don't have any more information than you did. I think I got copied on an email that council members got that mentioned that there's a business in town that would be affected, but I don't think I have any more information about that than the council members do.
Thanks. And I guess maybe I'll just turn that into a statement to respond to petitioners. I think it would be hard for us to just adopt this on our own when there may at least be some impacts. And I say that as someone who is generally supportive of the ballot measure and not wanting to be difficult, but I think there would be a public process and larger discussions, and it was brought to us as a ballot initiative. So it makes sense to me that it stay in that form. And for the reasons that Louise said, that we proceed with it as is. So hopefully that is still an acceptable ballot measure to put on for the petitioners. And I don't know if they want to weigh in on that, but that's how I'm leaning. Thanks.
Oh, and that brings up a good point, which is your approval of the previous 2 measures. And if you approve this one, the petitioners still have the decision whether to pull the initiative from the ballot. So they could elect, even after you approve it, the petitioner committee could elect not to, to basically withdraw the initiative even at this late date. Then there would be nothing on the ballot. So I'm just pointing that out as a legal possibility, that the petitioners are allowed to withdraw their initiative within the next 10 days, or they're supposed to, or actually they have to affirmatively tell the clerk that they want to proceed.
Okay, that's helpful actually, because I don't know if they would prefer to run it again next year and with a different language, if they wanted to do that, given that it doesn't sound like it will have a dramatic impact on animals during the next year. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Mirabai.
Louise, can you just tell us, why is this so difficult to go update? If it's not substantial to the people who actually signed it, is it not just going in and typing something up? It's not like the ballots have been printed and there's thousands of ballots that need to be changed. Isn't it just going on a computer and adjusting some verbiage, or am I missing something here?
Well, this is second reading, so we'd have to come back to if you're going to make substantive changes to the actual petition, that it's that should have been brought forward earlier. And I know that the group reached out earlier and to council members and didn't get any interest in putting in a revised version. But at the beginning of this discussion, we were talking about how this is essentially a ministerial act for the council, and you don't really have you could, with the petitioner's consent, come up with a different version, but now where it's August 17 and we're on second reading and the ballot language has to be finalized in a couple of weeks, and you would have to have another hearing if you're going to make that kind of substantive change to the language. And so there's a kind of a bias in favor of using the language that was circulated to the voters on the petition.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Well, then, I mean, I guess hopefully that they won't pull it and we'll move this forward. And I guess, I mean, I personally would put it into law because I don't care if it would affect every business. This is something that should be banned across the world at this point. So, but I guess we'll probably put it to the voters, and I hope that the people who have gone and gathered these signatures will get an overwhelming vote in favor of it, so that it just puts a feather in their caps. And thanks for the hard work of circulating this to everyone who was involved.
Thanks, Mary. I've got Mary and Junie. Mary?
I move to adopt ordinance 8480, submitting to the qualified electors of the city of Boulder at the general municipal coordinated election to be held on Tuesday, November 2nd, 2021. The question submitted as an initiated ordinance whether the city of Boulder shall prohibit the sale and manufacture for sale of certain fur products, setting forth the ballot title, specifying the form of the ballot and other election procedures, and setting forth related details.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mary, would you like to speak to your motion?
As Lee said, tonight we are making ministerial acts, and this is part of that ministerial act. So we'll move it forward to the ballot.
Super. Nearby, do you want to speak to it? You already spoke. Anything to add?
No, just what I said already.
Okay, thanks. Junie.
Yeah, I just actually have a question. I wish maybe getting the question answered before the motion to me seemed to make slightly more sense. But my question was actually this fur products. I just didn't fully understand. Would people have an issue with certain fur products? Are there other fur products that are non-animal products, if that makes sense?
Not that I know of. And when we say certain fur products in the ballot title, we're referring to the fact that it was mentioned by one of the speakers that this doesn't actually ban all sales of fur products in the city. So some would still be permitted. And I think they mentioned a resale product. And then there's also exemptions for certain federal law provisions and so forth. And so it's not all fur products that are being banned. It's only some fur products. So we're using the term certain to describe that. So, and then somebody who's interested in the details can read the full ordinance where it really spells all that out.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? I have one quick comment. I'll just say that generally speaking, these are ministerial moves that we're making, but I would just encourage folks to think about, running ballot language past people of interest, groups of interest, prior to going and gathering signatures. We've seen this several times over the past few years where things have landed in our laps, which had not been really well vetted, and we've been asked at the last minute to fix problems that really should have been dealt with earlier. I think this measure stands on its own just fine with the language which is here. So I'm going to support the motion, and I'd like to see it go to the voters, and I generally support the intent behind it. But I will just say as a process point that getting substantive changes well after you've collected signatures puts us in a very funny position where we can't know what the intent of the voters were who were signing. So I'll just make the comment that going forward, it's very helpful if a little bit of groundwork is done to check the language with folks who might have an interest. Other than that, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Seeing none, Alicia, I believe this is a roll call vote.
Yes, sir, it is. And we will start with Councilmember Young,
Yes.
Brockett,
Aye.
Friend,
Yes.
Joseph,
Aye.
Nagel,
Aye.
Sweatlick,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
and Yates.
Yes.
Ordinance 8480 was adopted unanimously.
Excellent. Okay, so Alicia, I believe that brings us to the end of the agenda. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, very good. Council members, any last items or staff? Junie, is that a new hand you're putting up?
Yes,
Okay, super. You're up.
I do have a comment about the meeting tonight, and it relates back to after the public hearings where we had questions. I didn't get to ask questions before, and we usually ask questions, but that's one thing. And also there was one community member who gave testimony, which I couldn't hear. And I thought it was me who couldn't hear it. And I went back on YouTube and clearly no one could hear it because it's just, there was some technical issues. So moving forward for the future, it might be a good thing to just either stop the community member and have the person speak again once they fix the audio problem, because I didn't understand what they were saying and no one did. So there almost was no value to what was being said, but giving the person another opportunity to correct it so that they can participate fully actually would have been useful.
Okay, awesome. In the case of something like that, you can always bring it up if the hearing is still going on. I could make some sense of what was being said and wasn't sure how to fix it, but I would be happy to be responsive if people want to make a suggestion like that. We could try and see if they could fix it and bring it back. So appreciate that, Junie. I'm sorry I did not.
It was in the chat, actually. I thought you saw that, but well, point well taken.
Okay. With that, any other debrief, any other items, staff, council? Okay, very good. Well, we have a meeting next week. It will be a short special meeting and then study session. And with that, I will gavel this meeting closed at 10:45. Thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Good night.
And all.